Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. Welcome. So, what are we discussing today? We're discussing the Hammerdin Nerf. It's a very hot topic, but it also has some very interesting connotations, which I feel like we need to talk about. And we're going to get into the nitty gritty of things. I feel like this is kind of an important thing to talk about, in not just in terms of, hey, they're nerfing the Hammerdin, and all you Hammerdin players out there are either like A, indifferent, B, you don't really care one way, or the other, or actually A, indifferent, and B, don't care anyone. They're both the same thing. A, indifferent, B, hate it, or C, love it, one way or the other, right? So I wanted to kind of talk about like Hammerdins and what Hammerdins actually have, and the reason why things are so easy for them. And then I also want to talk about potentially ways that they could go about kind of getting this damage under control. I also want to talk about potentially how if they provide, if they use the wrong method to get the damage under control, it could theoretically hurt a lot of other characters. But before we get into all that, let's wait a little bit. We'll see if some more people show up, so we get started, with a full house, so to speak. In the meantime, I'm going to drop my t-shirt design one more time, which I already bought, by the way. I have already got my t-shirt coming. I've got a t-shirt, I've got a hoodie, and I've got a sticker literally coming for myself. I did a black hoodie. I did a gray t-shirt, and the design changes depending on what color you choose, so it's really freaking cool. And obviously that's Mr. Nimoy there. In the fire and flames, and he's just chilling. He's just chilling. He's just chin-chilling. He's a chinchilla, and he's chin-chilling, okay? All right, so this is what we have to go over with this. So we're going to approach this as if we're a developer of the game. All right, and we have to approach this very strategically. All right, so I'm gonna pull up a window here, which is gonna be like bullet points. All right, so this is what we're gonna do. You know what? I'm just gonna use a notepad. Notepads are easier to use anyway. They may look like garbage, but notepads are easier to use than the like the crappy text program they have built into OBS. I might have to see if I can find like a really cool like text plug-in for OBS. There we go. That should work. All right, so we're getting serious about this. By the way, this is serious business. We're gonna approach this as if we were a developer of Diablo 2 Resurrected, and we were trying to conquer a problem. Okay, this is how we're going to approach this. We are trying to conquer a problem. All right, so let's start off with the very beginning. What is our problem? Our problem is content is too easy for Hammerdins. Okay, that is the problem, right? So let me highlight that problem, right? And this is basically what they have come up with. So this is not my words. Before you guys crucify me at the stake, this is not my words. This is the words of the developers who basically looked at all the data. They looked at all the people that tested out the new zones. They looked at everything that happened, and they decided that the only people really that were complaining about these new zones supposedly being too easy, according to the data, were only people who played Hammerdins. So they have rather reliably determined that the Hammerdins literally have it too easy, right? So we need to figure out a way to make things more difficult for the Hammerdin, right? So we know what the problem is, so now we need to know the why. Why is it too easy for Hammerdins? Okay, so why is it too easy for Hammerdins? We're going to answer the question. The answer is magic damage has virtually no resistance. Okay, so basically what this means is that the majority of the monsters in the game, have no resistance to magic damage. Okay. Now this is not a solution. This is just we're just running through the numbers. I'm going to take you guys through the numbers on all of this. We're going to go with the process, and you guys are going to see what we're looking at here. Okay. So one of the other things that we've got to do here is we have to identify a character that has magic damage, figure out about how much magic damage that character does, and compare that to a character that is a Hammerdin, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to go over to the public test realm real quick, and they actually have a Hammerdin set up on the public test realm. And we're going to use the public test realm Hammerdin as our base guideline. Okay, so this is the one that they set up. This is the one where the things are too easy for. This might not even be the cap. This might not even be the maximum possible amount of skill points available for an Hammerdin. It could go potentially higher than this. But this is actually the one that triggered the developers to say, hey, they've got it too easy, right? So we're going to use this one as the example. And the Hammerdin that they had, that they used was actually, this is the Fist of the Heavens Paladin. Which one was the Hammerdin? It was Hell Hammerdin right here. All right, so let's go into the game with this Hell Hammerdin. Let's write down the numbers that the Hell Hammerdin has. So we're going to take a look and see how much damage he's dishing out per hammer, and we're going to look at the problem objectively. So he is running level 37 concentration. He has level 42 hammers, and he is doing 13k to 13k per hammer. It's also important to note that the hammers do not disappear when they hit a target. This is also a very big thing with these particular hammers. He's already doing 13,000 unmitigated damage, which literally does not care what kind of monster you are. But notice that it goes through the target and it can hit multiple times. So the more hammers I can spam, the faster I can output that 13k damage. And each individual hammer could potentially hit 10, 20, 30. I don't even think there's a limit to how many times a hammer could potentially hit a target. So we're going to have to write that down too. Not only are we going to have to write down that, number one, it is 13 to 13k per hammer, we are also going to have to write down the fact that it also has no limit to the number of hits per hammer. So theoretically, if we were in the middle of, say, like 50 monsters, and we used one hammer, and that one hammer managed to hit all 50 monsters, we would be looking at 13,000 times 50, which is kind of an insane amount of damage for one hammer to dish out. And of course, that could obviously, with the speed that a Hammerdin actually calculates, spews out hammers, you could very easily multiply that damage out insanely. But we're just going to calculate out one hammer. So 50 times 13,000 damage. We're talking about basically, if you actually hit all 50 monsters, you're talking about 650,000 damage per hammer. All right, which is kind of insane. It's actually ridiculously insane. And there's very few characters in the game that can put out that kind of damage at all. Let's take a look at an equivalent character that also does magic damage. Okay, so I'd like to take a look at a decked out Bone Necromancer. Did they provide us with a Bone Necromancer in the test server? If they didn't, I can always create one real quick. They made a Summon Necromancer. And no, it does not look like they did. Alright, so let's go to one of my Necromancers. It doesn't really matter which one. Trying to think here if I've got one that's marginally set up for what we're looking for. I know Triangle set probably isn't, but let's get an idea of how much magic damage he can do fully synergized. So utilizing full trangs, and he has 20 to all skills, of course. We're looking at level 43 Bone Spear and level 43 Bone Spirit, fully synergized. Now, of course, it's not as high as it could possibly be. Man, he has got poison damage charms out the wing-wang, though, doesn't he? I mean, he is utilizing Soges. He's got a +2 necklace. Full Trangs does give a pretty healthy amount of plus to skills there, but he would definitely need a white. Let's edit in a couple items real quick, just so that we can get a better idea of, like, maxed out Bone Spear, okay? We need to know exactly how much a maxed out Bone Spear can do before we can really judge Blessed Hammer based on, like, the amount of damage output it does. And I think that's really what's important here, because Bone Spear is the closest spell that we have that is anywhere near what Blessed Hammer can do. Bone Spear, number 1, has the same effect. It can hit multiple targets. Number 2, it has a kind of an issue, basically, with the magic damage itself hitting, like, not hard enough. So I do feel like if we deck out a Necromancer in his like full regalia, so to speak, we'll get a better idea of what kind of potential damage output we're looking at in comparison. So the Hammerdin, like even if they do nerf the Hammerdin for whatever reason, or however they end up nerfing him, and we're going to talk about that later, I want to get a good idea of, like, what's the lowest that it should possibly ever be. And basically the answer to that question is, this is what we're determining right now. We're determining how low it would ever possibly go. It shouldn't technically go any lower than a fully synergized Bone Spear Necromancer, for instance. So we need to think about it in those terms. So let me go ahead and I'm going to import some items. I know you can't see what I'm doing, but I'm just trying to run through this real quick. I don't want to take forever on this. I'm just going to pull in some skillers, Necromancer skillers. We're going to do Poison and Bones because, of course, this is a Poison and Bone Necromancer, so he's going to be running full skillers. We're going to give him a White Wand real quick. I have a pretty nice Bone Spear White Wand, literally sitting around just doing nothing. And let's see, Rune Words White. And we want the +3 Bone Spear, +3 Bone Spirit Wand. And then we're going to import in him the head as well. Necromancer. Omnoculus. There it is. All right, that should be good enough. We're just going to save that, and I'm going to transfer him back over. Mascot is not, but Berserk is. We're going to talk about Berserk and Bone Spear and Bone Spirit as well later. So this is going to be kind of like an advanced Diablo class. For those of you who are interested in learning about, like, kind of like the deep mechanics of things and how stuff like this actually works out, welcome to the party, because that's what we're going to be doing today. I'm going to be writing everything down as I go so that we can get a better idea of exactly what we're looking at. All right, character is copied over. Let's pull this back up. Actually, that's test realm. I need to copy the file into the test realm. I forgot. Copied into the wrong folder. It's okay. I still got it on paste. Beep, 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 beep. PTR. There we go. Copy it into the PTR. JV7243. I really don't like Max Roll's website. I'm not. It's not that I like don't want to endorse them or anything, but I've tried to use their website several times and I don't like it. It's confusing. It doesn't let you set up things exactly how you want it. The interface is kind of silly. I just it doesn't click with me. What's up, Ryan? All right, so here we go. We have a Necromancer who is running a Death's Web with +3 bone, poison and bone, +3 bone spear, +3 bone spirit. He's got +2 on the head. He's got +2 on the amulet. He's wearing 2 Soges. He's got full Trangs on, which also gives him a pretty healthy amount of plus to skills. He actually has a +7 torch, which could make up for what I'm missing here. So we're looking at a total of level 56 Bone Spear, which I think is about as high as you can possibly get. I can't think of any higher amount of Bone Spear that you could possibly get to other than 56. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's do a quick search on the internet. Highest level of Bone Spear D2. Apparently the highest level of Bone Spear ever achieved was apparently level 59. So we are not quite there at level 59, because of course we could be utilizing a couple more plus to skill pieces of equipment. We could also technically have a very sexy head. I was just thinking about that as I was importing the character. We could have a +3 Bone Spear head as well, so like a +2 Necromancer head with +3 Bone Spear on it or something like that. Like, it could be kind of ridiculous, but we're looking at 56, which is still lower than 59, and we have a total of 7,370 to 7,725. So let me write that down in our file here. Bone Spear, 7,370 to 7,725. So we have a number basically. So we've got the Bone Spear damage, and I feel like this is a good amount of damage because this is about as high as Bone Spear ever gets. Okay. And the other thing about Bone Spear is I think it has a maximum number of targets that it can pierce. Let me do a quick search on Amazon Basin. They usually have the piercing information. We'll do a... I know that Pierce from the Amazon has a maximum Pierce of, I think it's 4 or 5. I don't know about Bone Spear. I don't know if Bone Spear has a maximum number of piercing targets. But of course, it's very difficult to get like a large number of targets to group together just right so you can pierce them perfectly. Whereas a Hammerdin is like not even close, like as far as like how many targets they can hit. I mean, one hammer can potentially hit pretty much every single target, or it could potentially miss every single target depending on how they're standing, which is something that is important in the conversation as well, because hammers are not very easy to aim. Although in my time playing a Hammerdin, and I have played several Hammerdins, one of the things that I noticed was you just got up in their face. Like, if you couldn't hit a target, if you couldn't like, if you couldn't exactly hit a target from far away, you just stood right in their face, and the hammer always came out directly in front of you. So you always would hit that target directly in front of you at the very least. Can't really find any information on whether or not Bone Spear has a maximum number of pierces or not, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, I think that the difference between the two is kind of insane. So when you look at the difference between the damage of a Necromancer's Bone Spear, which is the closest thing that we've got here, and a Hammerdin's like main attack, the hammers. Then on top of that, we can also look at Bone Spirit. I forgot we could look at Bone Spirit as well. Now, Bone Spirit is a single target hit, and it doesn't pierce, but the damage is actually the damage is actually about the same. That's actually kind of sad. I'll move myself out of the way real quick. The damage is 7,474 to 7,940, so it's about the same. It's about the same, honestly. Very, very little difference there. We're talking about like 200 damage difference, which doesn't really help us out very much at all. And of course, Bone Spirit's main negating factor is that it, of course, doesn't pierce. And because it doesn't pierce, it also, doesn't do anywhere near as much damage as something like Bone Spear and hammers, because it's a single target hit. The other character in the game that has an extremely high amount of damage that is magic damage is the Berserk Barbarian. So the Berserk Barbarian, I don't think we can actually see his numbers because he's using a grief, and the grief hides the numbers. So on his panel, it's going to say relatively nothing, despite the fact that he probably has a pretty insane amount of magic damage. Let me see if I can pull this up. I was wondering if somebody just had the numbers laying around for me so I could just be lazy. Unless one of you guys has the numbers. So according to this post, the calculated numbers while using grief with a Berserk skill barbarian with pretty decent gear is basically around 6.2k per hit. Magic damage, by the way. I got too many windows open. Alright, so let's write that down on the list as well. We've got 6.2k. Let's go ahead and put that on here. Why does my shirt look pink? Anything affects Berserk because Berserk is a physical skill. So the way that Berserk works is it converts your physical damage into magical damage. It doesn't specifically turn your attack into magical damage before all the calculations take place. So after all the calculations have taken place, after you get your fanaticism, your concentration, your might, all your physical damage calculations with Berserk, then it converts the damage after all that is finished. And that's one of the reasons why Berserk works so well, because of course we have a pretty nasty way of beefing up the physical damage before it gets converted. Whereas if we do it the other way, it like hammers, for instance, is never physical, and it doesn't get buffed up by things like might and fanaticism. The only reason it gets buffed up by concentration is because it was a bug that was left in the game, basically. Let me see if I can bring this down a little bit so it's not taking up so much frickin' space. Let's put it over here. It's a nice spot. You'd think it was Diablo 3, but I mean, judging by how many hammers you can spawn in a certain given period of time, 650,000 isn't even close. It's not even close. Like for instance, let me just do a quick check here, and I'm going to show you something. So the number that 650,000 is literally one hammer. So like if one hammer hit 50 targets, which is not exactly like out of the ordinary. Like a Hammerdin spawning right in the middle of a group of monsters and then spamming his hammers, he could potentially hit 50 targets with one hammer. It's possible. Now, aiming the hammers has always been an issue, and obviously they're doing no damage if you don't aim them properly. Is this character even set up with maximum faster cast? He's got Hoto, he's got Mage Fists, he's got he's got faster cast on the belt, so he's running what, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. I thought the breakpoint for the Paladin was 87. Is he like 7% shy from the last breakpoint? I think he's like 7. I could be wrong on that. It's been a while since I looked up the Paladin's faster cast breakpoints. Let's take a look real quick. No, it's 75. 75 for the Paladin. So he is just barely hitting that last breakpoint, the 10 frame breakpoint. All right. I just want to make sure. So we're going to count to 5, and we're going to see how many hammers come out in 5 seconds. All right. So 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000, 4 1. I can't even count and do it at the same time. Hold on. I got a little timer over here I can look at. How do I do both at the same time though? That's the question. It's impossible. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I mean, you can reliably cast 10 hammers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. You're going to get 12 hammers in about 5 seconds, right? So 12 hammers in 5 seconds. That'll be our little benchmark here, right? So 12 hammers in 5 seconds. That's a good way to put it, right? So let's bring our example down a little bit because 50. I feel like 50 monsters is a little insane. Let's bring it down to 20 monsters. Okay. So instead of 50 monsters, we're going to do 20 monsters, but we're also going to say that it's 12 hammers. So 12 hammers in 5 seconds. So 12 hammers in 5 seconds. We're doing about 13,000 damage per hammer, right? So the equation would be 12 times 20 times 13,000, which is the amount of damage that we do. So let's get an idea of how much damage a Hammerdin could do within basically 5 seconds. We're not even talking about like a prolonged period of time. We're talking about 5 seconds, okay? So, just 12 hammers times 13,000 damage a hammer. We're talking about 156,000 damage if each hammer only hits one target. But each hammer is not only going to hit one target. Each hammer is going to hit 20 targets. So we're talking about 3,120,000 damage in roughly about 5 seconds. So 5 seconds in 5 seconds. Alright, so let's do a similar calculation with Bone Spear. So I'm assuming we could just simply look up the breakpoints. Let's just look up the breakpoints. It'll be easier that way. So we're going to look up the breakpoints in D2. I'm going to find the Necromancer's cast rate. The Necromancer's casting frames are 10 frames as well. So let's just assume then, in this scenario, that we are looking at the same cast rate, because we have the Necromancer in the Necromancer form, has a 10 frame cast rate with 75%. The Paladin also has a 10 frame cast rate with 75%. So we are most likely looking at identical speed for both Bone Spear and Hammerdin, basically at the same time. Okay, so if they're both set up with the proper cast rate, then they both can achieve the same amount of damage, or rather casts per second, right? So Bone Spear does about 7,370 to 7,725, which we can average out, which is the easiest way to do this. So we're going to take 7,370. We're going to add that to 7,725, which gives us 15,000. Then we're going to divide that by 2, which gives us an average damage per shot of 7,547.5. So assuming, of course, that the Bone Spear could potentially hit... I feel like I need to be kind of conservative with this. I need to be kind of conservative because Bone Spear is never going to hit 20 targets. It never is. Bone Spear is never going to hit 20 targets in a million years. Not unless you're in Maggot Layer and they're all lined up for you. So let's do 6 targets. I feel like 6 targets with Bone Spear is a conservative number that is achievable if you're good with grouping the monsters and making sure that you're firing them at the right points. But it's probably going to be, more often than not, less than 6 and sometimes more than 6. So I feel like 6 is probably going to be the average. So let's do 6. So it's going to be 6 times 7,547 times the same 12 casts. We're going to give it the same 12 casts since it's the same cast speed. All right. So let's multiply that out. So times 6 and then times 12. So we are looking at a total damage for the Bone Spear in those 12 casts of 543,420 damage. Which is nowhere near 3,120,000. Let's do a quick division real quick. So let's take 3,120,000 damage and divide it by the 543,420 that the Bone Spear does, which we end up with a number. I'm gonna round it up slightly, so it's 5.75 times the damage. All right, so 5.75 times the damage of Bone Spear. So Hammerdin essentially is capable of literally almost 6 times the damage that Bone Spear is capable of, with Bone Spear basically in its perfect form. And the reason why we're doing all this is because we need to figure out, like, what's an acceptable level. Like, what is an interestingly, like... I'm not really quite sure how to put it. Like, how could you even go about... Because they're talking about going about basically making it more difficult for the Hammerdins, right? So what is it that they're going to do to make it more difficult for the Hammerdins? You know, I'm not really sure what it is that they can do. A lot of people have very wrongly said that they should add magic immunities or magic resistances to all the monsters in the areas. But here's the problem with that. Let's say, for instance, that you added, I don't know, like a 30% magic immunity, like baseline to every monster in the game or something, like in Hell difficulty, or maybe just in the Terror Zones. Let's say even just in the Terror Zones. You are now going to subtract 30% from Bone Spear. You are going to subtract 30% from Berserk. And you're going to subtract 30% from the 3.12 million that's up here. That's absolutely insane, right? And that doesn't do anything really. Like, adding a magic resistance to the monsters, all it's really going to do is it's going to hurt the Bone Spear Necromancer. It's going to hurt the Berserk Barbarian, and it's not even really going to hurt the Paladin that much at all. Because if we take that that frickin' 3.12 million and we remove 30% from it, it's not even going to really be that big of a deal. So I'm having trouble understanding how they can do what they're suggesting without negatively impacting all the other characters in the game. It's just extremely difficult to understand how they could even perform this without negatively impacting everybody else. Let me see if I can write this down in a way that you guys will understand. So let's see here. Let's pretend, for instance, just for a second, that we have a scenario. Okay, so what's the scenario? The scenario is we have a new terror zone. Okay, the new terror zone is too easy. Problem. The new terror zone is too easy for Hammerdins. All right. Approach number 1. Increase the magic resistance of the monsters in that zone, right? Problem with this solution. It negatively impacts characters that do not have it easy in those zones. Okay? So the first solution doesn't work. All right? Then we have a second possible solution. All right? So approach number 2. Directly decrease the damage of hammers. Okay? Problem with this approach is it affects the Hammerdin outside of the zones. So they specifically said they wanted to do something to make it difficult for the Hammerdins in the zones. They didn't necessarily say that they wanted to nerf Hammerdins outside the zones. So we are looking at if you apply a damage decrease directly to the Hammerdin by decreasing their concentration or reducing the damage of the hammers or playing around with the synergies, what happens is you're also effectively nerfing them outside of the zone as well, which I don't necessarily think is a bad thing because I do think they do way too much damage, but it doesn't specifically fix the terror zone. Instead, it just applies a broad execution all over the place. The one thing that I was thinking that they could do is leave everything exactly as it is and simply take away concentration from the Hammerdins. And let's take a look and see how much damage a Hammerdin would do if you took away the concentration, and let's calculate it out. So assuming, of course, that you still have very high level concentration, very high level hammers, so I've got level 42 hammers here. Let's take away the concentration real quick, and let's see what we're looking at as far as hammer damage goes. So we're at 3,191 to 3,217. Now, this doesn't seem good enough. I'm looking at our previous numbers here for Bone Spear, and I've played a Bone Spear Necromancer, so I know exactly what I'm talking about when I talk about this particular subject. Is that the damage that a Bone Spear Necromancer outputs, 7,370 to 7,725, is barely enough to function as a character properly, like in P8, like, or honestly even like P4 or P5. They tend to start having trouble with this amount of damage. It's not as good as the Hammerdin who can run like P8 Chaos. That's for dang sure. He's not putting out 3.12 million damage. Okay, so going from 13,000 damage to 3,200 is far too much of a damage loss. We could calculate that out and try and figure out what the new damage would be using the same calculation we did before. So let's just, for instance, let's just run the calculation just for laughs, and let's see how much damage we're outputting in this new scenario. So calculator. So we've got what is that? 3,191 to 3,000. So it's basically about 3,200. So 3,200 times 20. Actually, I did that wrong. Hold on. 3,200 times 12 times 20. We're looking at about 768,000 damage in the same time period as we were looking at with the previous one that had concentration. And that's like the highest level hammers that this guy has. Now you could probably get them maybe 1 or 2 points higher. But comparing that to the average damage of the Bone Spear Necromancer in the same situation, it's still higher than the Bone Spear Necromancer at 543,420 in the same time period. So assuming that the Bone Spear Necromancer is, of course, casting 12 Bone Spears, and in that same time period with 7,547 damage per spear, the Hammerdin would still technically be doing more damage than the Bone Spear Necromancer. It does seem like a pretty hefty nerf, but at the same time, I'm literally looking at the numbers here, and it looks to me like he's still out DPSing the highest magic damage user in the game, which is the Bone Spear Necromancer. Now, granted, he's not hitting as hard with each individual hammer, but it doesn't look like he would have too much trouble finishing off a group of monsters. In fact, let's go test it out real quick, shall we? Let's just go to Frigid Highlands here, and let's use this. You know what? Let's give ourselves a support aura, right? So let's do what kind of support aura could we give ourselves? We already have meditation coming from our merc. So let's just give ourselves Defiance. Why not? And this is players 1, of course, because we're in online. But, I mean, he was literally able to absolutely demolish that in seconds. The mercenary didn't even really do anything. So basically what I'm looking at here is that the damage of the hammers, even in its unconcentrated form, is still higher than the Bone Spear Necromancer. I don't really know what the hell they could do other than just simply take away concentration from the Hammerdin. Now, that's not necessarily a bad thing, and it actually would be really interesting to see Hammerdins run other things other than concentration. Like they could be running Holy Freeze just for the ridiculous slow effect, or they could be running, you know, like Meditation, or they could be running Cleansing, or they could be running like frickin' Redemption, Vigor, Salvation, frickin'... there are tons of frickin' auras. They could be running Conviction just as a player, like a player buff for other people in the group. I mean, there's tons of different auras that they could be running that would work in combination with the fact that they're literally standing there spamming hammers. In fact, I can totally see, like, literally Meditation and Cleansing. Both of them have ridiculous regeneration rates. Granted, you wouldn't be anywhere near as damaging as you were before, but... I haven't been really paying attention to chat too much. I'm sure you guys have been having a ball in there. I've been too busy looking at my numbers. So basically what it comes down to is how are they going to make things more difficult for Hammerdin without also making things more difficult for the Necromancer and the Barbarian, who both also use magic damage attacks. It seems like it would be ridiculously difficult to come up with those kind of crazy things. I mean, that's another interesting option, is that they could change the damage type of hammers to something other than magic. 50% physical, 50% magic could provide a very strong nerf to the character, while also allowing the character to basically apply resistances to the effect. So, like, for instance, monsters with physical immunity would take away 50% of their damage, essentially. Concentration only works for hammers. This is something that a lot of people get confused on because it is a bug. Okay, concentration was never meant to work for hammers. It was a bug. It is not supposed to, in any way, shape, or form, work with a spell. None of these abilities are. What happened was, a long time ago, concentration was patched, and it started to increase the damage of hammers. And it only did so at a 50% rate for some reason. So it does not increase the damage of hammers at its rated value of 600%. It only increases it at half of that, which is 300%. And the effect was a bug, and the developers knew it was a bug, and they patched it out. They basically said, look, this isn't supposed to be this way. You're not supposed to be getting a damage bonus from concentration to hammers, and we don't like it. And then everybody cried and asked for it back and threw a fit and literally like a tantrum on the floor because they wanted their concentration buff back. And the developers caved, and they gave it back to them. But it was never actually meant to be that way. And so when other players, like brand new players, come in and they're like, wait a minute, concentration affects hammers? Does that mean it also affects Bone Spear? Does that mean it also affects Bone Spirit? Does that mean it also affects Berserk? Does that mean it also affects Magic Arrow? Does that mean it also affects... And the answer to all those questions is no, it doesn't affect any of that stuff because it's not supposed to affect any of that stuff. And I think that, honestly, what they need to do is they need to just remove that bug from the game entirely and just move on with their lives. Because it's created a lot more havoc and trouble than it was ever worth. The Hammerdin is literally too powerful. I will go on record as saying this. The Hammerdin, and basically no character in the game, should be able to clear Players 8 content by themselves as if it was Players 1 content. They literally can kill things so quickly in a P8 game by themselves that they might as well be playing in nightmare difficulty. I mean, you saw the numbers. I literally just ran the numbers, and that's not even like max Hammerdin. Like, the numbers that we were running earlier, that's the ridiculous, stupid numbers that frickin' Hammerdins do. Literally, 12 hammers in 5 seconds is 3,120,000 damage. Literally, in 5 frickin' seconds, 3 million damage. How many characters do you know that can do 3 million damage in 5 seconds? Do you know any characters other than the Hammerdin that can do 3 million damage in 5 seconds? I don't even think the Fist of the Heavens Paladin comes close to that. The Amazon doesn't come close to that. So if we run the Amazon's numbers, she gets like a fraction of that power level. And she's also lightning, which means most of her damage gets mitigated. So like you can't even really look at Lightning Fury and say that Lightning Fury is that ridiculous, because to make Lightning Fury that ridiculous, you need to reduce the resistances of all the monsters. Hammerdin doesn't even have to do that. The monsters already have 0% resistances. Did they have a Javazon? They did have a Javazon on here. Let's take a look at her real quick. Him real quick. So let me put her gear back on, because I stripped her, by the way. You know, not that kind of stripping. She's just, you know what? You guys got dirty minds, okay?
Good day.
You dirty, dirty minds. You guys are dirty. What the hell do I have a key of hate? What the hell is that even from? All right, so let's do these. Let's do this, shall we? Let's do this. I don't even know. Let's do this. Titan's Revenge is the higher damage one. Trying to see what the hell she has on. Why does she have a Fortitude on as a frickin' Javison? I don't even understand. Put that frickin' Arcane's Valor on. Why do people put a Fortitude on a Javison? I don't understand. What is the point of that? Are they trying to beef up the physical damage of the of like Impale or Fend or something? Fortitude doesn't give any kind of buff to the lightning damage that she's doing. She would be much better off with plus to skills or something like that that would increase her. I mean, yeah, but if you're going for resistances, there's better choices. And then have plus to skills, like Skin of the Viper Magi has +1 and resistances, and it's cheaper. I'm pretty sure I found this Arcane's Valor while I was running around, and now I just have it put it on some characters. All right, so let's look at her numbers real quick, shall we? So we got her decked out here, just making sure she's got good equipment on. She's running mostly enough javelin and spear skills. She's missing 2, right? She's missing 2. But she's still got some pretty darn good javelin and spear skills. Her frickin' Merc has an infinity, which is insane. But so let's take her lightning fury damage, shall we? So she has lightning fury, and we currently have 1 to 3,417. All right, so let's run these. Let's run these numbers real quick. Why not? So so we need to find the average first. So 1 is the bottom, plus 3,417, which gives us 3,418, divided by 2, which means we're looking at an average damage of 1,709. We have a maximum number of bolts of 43. We can pierce up to 5 times. That is the maximum number of times you can pierce. So we are looking at a total of 1,709 times 43 times 5. So 43 times 5. So that gives us a total damage on the Javazon for each throw, by the way, because we did 5 seconds for the Hammerdin, so I feel like it's only fair if we do 5 seconds for the Javazon. So we're looking at 367,435 if she hits all 5 targets. And here's the other interesting thing about this, though, is that the lightning bolts kind of just shoot off in whatever directions they want. So it's not technically like going to hit every single target. They're just 43 bolts are going to shoot out. The other important thing with Javazon is the bolts don't shoot out. Bolts only shoot out if there is a monster. So if you guys are unaware of this, because of the way that the skill works, if there's only 10 monsters, it only shoots out 10 bolts. If there's 20 monsters, it shoots out 20 bolts. It will not shoot out more bolts than there are monsters. Even though it says 43 bolts on the ability, if you shoot at one monster, you notice that it only shoots out basically 1 or 2 bolts. If there's no monsters, like for instance, if I throw it at the wall right here, you notice no bolts come out. If I throw this at the wall next to a bunch of monsters, you will notice that a single bolt comes back. So it scales directly with the number of monsters that are nearby. So the only way that you're ever going to get that 367,435 is if there is literally 43 monsters around to be hit. So you cannot get those 43 bolts unless there's 43 monsters, which is another kind of a downside to the ability. Now, granted, the higher the density, the more bolts you have, and the more bolts you have, of course, the more damage you do. But like for instance, with cows, that's why Javazon is the queen of cows, just simply because there are so many cows, and you can actually have 43 cows on the screen at a given time. Throw one javelin, pierce 5 times, shoot out 43 bolts for every single pierce, and do massive amounts of damage per throw. But then we also have to calculate the fact that Javazon has a huge resistances. So most monsters do have resistances. Cows don't, which is part of the reason why Javazons love going to the cow level, because there is very few resistances in the cow level at all. This is kind of like the dichotomy between the Javazon and a Hammerdin. A Hammerdin doesn't pick a zone depending on the immunities. There are very few zones in the entire game that have any kind of magic immunities whatsoever. And they're basically like all in Act 2. So for the most part, Hammerdins can go anywhere that they can possibly want to, right? So literally anywhere. Whereas the Javazon has more limited zones. They can't just go anywhere because lightning immunes will basically make their life a living hell. So, you know, if they were to go somewhere with huge amounts of lightning immunes, they're going to have a lot of trouble. Even places like Chaos Sanctuary, which has a pretty decent amount of lightning immunes, or when you're running through Worldstone Keep and you come across the Gloams, a lot of these things can be very devastating to this particular build, whereas the Hammerdin does not have that issue. The Hammerdin's not going to be running along and be like, oh, I can't do this zone because magic immunes. No, because not even that really stops a Hammerdin, because then they just swap to their weapon set where they have a shield and they just smite things to death because they're tanky as all get out and they don't even really care. So I'm trying to get an idea of what kind of damage we're looking at in 5 seconds, because that's what we did for the Hammerdin. So let's see here. We're looking at, I'm going to throw javelins, or we're going to see how many javelins I can throw before it reaches 5 seconds. So 1,000. Oh, hold on. We did it again. I'm not counting the seconds, I'm counting the javelins. I'm using my little timer here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, of course, I ran out of mana. Let me just throw the javelins. It's easier. 1, 2. I hit the throw button, you turd. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So about 11 javelins. It's very similar to the number of hammers, actually. So that's actually kind of serendipitous there. The mana cost of a freaking Lightning Fury is 30.5 per mana. It's kind of insane. Hey, freaking Javazons have it rough when it comes to mana costs, especially since their mana pools are relatively small. Alright, so we're going to say about 11 javelins per 5-second period. So we're going to multiply 367,000 damage times 11. And we're looking at 4 million damage. That's right, you guys heard that right. 4 million damage. I'll write... Ooh, no, my Chinchilla. Hello, Chinchilla. That's not what I wanted to show you, but you guys can look at that Chinchilla. That was not correct. Press the wrong button, Morty. Alright, times 11 is 4,041,785 damage, just for lulz. But the thing is, though, is that we have lightning resistance, right? So, like, the base lightning resistance for most monsters across the game seems to be pretty high. I mean, we could, like, go to, like, D2 monsters and pull up like a bunch of different monsters and look at their resistances, but I guarantee you there's probably like about anywhere between like a net average of probably something like 30 to 40% lightning resistance on most monsters in hell difficulty, of course. depending on the monster, some monsters may have no resistances whatsoever. Let's take something rather generic like a mummy. So what's the lightning resistance of a mummy? So in hell difficulty, all mummies have 33% lightning resistance. Let's go to a slinger. Let's take a look at a slinger real quick, and let's see what the lightning resistance of a slinger is. So slingers have 0% lightning resistance. Let's look at a Thorned Hulk. Thorned Hulks apparently have 0% lightning resistance. Interesting. I could have sworn most monsters had like a generic baseline resistance in hell difficulty. Maybe I was completely wrong. Council members. Council members all have 33% lightning resistance. Bet you the cows don't have any. Cows are probably 0 across the board. No, they're not 0 across the board. Interesting. Apparently cows are 50% lightning resistance in hell difficulty. Okay, so if 50% lightning resistance in hell difficulty, unless you're running an infinity and multiple items, you're talking about negative 50% to all of your damage. So at least we're going down from 4 million to 2 million. 4 million to 2 million. Chunkzilla. That's the Chunkzilla. He's the thriller, the killer. I mean, I would definitely say without a doubt that 2 of the most overpowered classes in the game right now are certainly the Hammerdin and the Javazon. And the Hammerdin and the Javazon probably have the easiest time with the new terror zones out of all the characters that I've played. When I was testing, anytime you were on a Hammerdin or a Javazon, you just kind of just like waltzed right through everything like it wasn't even there. I kind of want to get an idea of how well a Hammerdin could like clear chaos, for instance. In let's run him through chaos real quick without concentration, shall we? Just for lulz, I just kind of want to see. P1 chaos, of course, not P8. I kind of feel like we'd give him a different aura, but I don't really know which aura to give him since our merc has meditation. I mean, I gave him Defiance, which literally just beefs up his defense even further to 21,000, which is certainly not like the optimal option, but I guess it works. I mean, Merc is kicking butt. So, I just had a brilliant idea. You know what would be the easiest way to nerf the Hammerdin's damage? That doesn't involve messing with concentration. It doesn't involve messing with the terror zones. that doesn't involve nerfing Necromancers and Hammerdins. I mean, Necromancers and Berserk Paladin, Berserk Barbarians. Can't get my words right. You know what the easiest way is? Make it so the hammers don't pierce anymore. Or, hear me out, make it so they don't pierce more than a certain number of times. Hammerdins shouldn't be piercing, or the hammers shouldn't be piercing indefinitely. Amazons have a maximum pierce of 5 targets. If Hammerdins had a maximum number of pierces as well to their hammers, so that their hammers would disintegrate or stop after a certain number of targets, it could potentially bring down their damage a rather insanely large amount without actually negatively impacting the way the character plays or the damage that he outputs on a single attack. So, like, for instance, let's run the numbers again with the idea that he's no longer able to pierce 20 targets. Instead, the maximum number of hits that any single hammer can dish out is 5, right? So we'll do 5 hits is the maximum number that he could potentially use. So let's run the numbers again under that assumption that we've put in a maximum number of pierces for the effect. So we've got his original damage is 13,000. So let's run this real quick. Calculator. I don't know why I keep closing the calculator. 13,000 times 5 times 12, which is the total number of hammers that he can do in that same time period. And we are looking at 780,000 damage. So if they were to basically just put a cap on the total number of pierces capable for the hammers so that the hammers can't hit more than 5 times within a rotation, they would still have the crazy 13,000 damage per hit, but it would cap off their damage so they weren't doing literally like 3.1 million in 5 seconds. Instead, they would be doing about 780,000 in 5 seconds, which is basically the same thing as taking away the concentration aura. Because let me show you guys this real quick. I mean, look at this. This number right here is if the pierces were capped at 5. And this number right here is if you take away the concentration aura. So the damage for both is essentially the same. So we have 2 very similar situations, but this one still allows the hammers to do 13,000 damage per hit, whereas this one they would only be doing about 3,000 per hit. So 3K per hit, 13,000 per hit. I mean, this is something that already is in place on Amazons. So we already have a maximum number of pierces of 5 on Amazons. So why not impose that same limit on hammers and basically bring down their potential for clearing large groups? It would have a drastic effect on their kill speed and their clear time, because the hammers wouldn't just be floating around hitting multiple targets as quickly as possible. They would have a limit essentially, and once they hit that limit, they would disintegrate. So just like if you go out into like it doesn't matter what place you go. If you go into any place that has a hard wall and you use a hammer near one of those hard walls, it immediately disappears, right? So the hammer disappears when it comes in contact with a hard object. So as we can see here very clearly, anytime that hits a hard object, it just disappears. So once the hammer reaches the 5th pierce, it would just disappear. I mean, they could even maybe tailor it down even further. I'm not really sure. Javazon's always been OP. my thing is the hammers don't even feel like they need the concentration buff. Like, even in P1, you can still clear pretty much all content with just hammers and no concentration. And as soon as you add concentration into the mix and your damage goes up to 13,000 per hammer, I mean, you literally just walk around just nuking everything out of existence. Ethereal items always spawn with perfect durability. I'm not really sure about that, man. I don't think I've ever really paid attention. Now, if they wanted to mess around with Javazon, I feel like the easiest way for them to mess around with Javazon and kind of bring down that character's ridiculousness would be to reduce the number of bolts. There's too many bolts coming out of the Lightning Fury skill. 43 is just insane. It scales up so ridiculously that it's like, at a certain point, the Lightning Fury skill just becomes the most ridiculous, crazy skill that, like, you throw one javelin and everything on the freaking like screen just dies. And I get it, Javazon is fun, and I love Javazons. I used to build Javazons a ton back in the day, and I think I'm actually going to be building a hybrid ice Javazon for the ladder upcoming, because it's I've been wanting to do that for a little while, but they do need a little bit of a scaling back. Like, they need a little bit of a scaling back. I don't know exactly what they need to do with it, but maybe just start by reducing the number of bolts would probably be a good first step. Because the number of bolts is too exponential. Like, it gets insane. Especially when you pierce 5 targets, you get like 43 bolts per target, and then you have 43 monsters on the screen. You know, by the time you're finished, how many bolts is that? 43 times 5? 43 times 5, you're talking about 215 lightning bolts on the screen at the same time. It's so many lightning bolts that when it happens, I'm not sure if you guys have actually ever seen it happen, but it's insane, because as soon as it happens, the whole game just lags up. And then most of the time, what occurs after that is everything just dies. So you literally throw the javelin, the whole game lags up for like a half a second or 2 seconds, and then literally, like, it unlags and everything's dead. Because when you actually achieve, like, those 215 freaking lightning bolts all in one throw, it just annihilates the entire screen. Let's see if I can do it real quick just for fun. I'm pretty sure I could mess around with it just real quick. Now, I was talking about this with some people earlier on my YouTube channel, and one of the things that we were talking about was how specific items and specific characters basically prevent people from playing with the rest of the game. So this is a fundamental thing that really bothers me about some of the ways that certain things work in this game. You know, let's say I was a famous car maker, right? And I spent so much time and so much effort producing all these beautiful cars. And let's say I've got 600 cars that I've produced myself. Like, I put them all together myself. They're all unique in their own special ways, and they all have very, you know, interesting characteristics. They're painted differently. They all represent, you know, an aspect of me that I wanted to have fun with, right? Like maybe one looks like a frickin' tiger, or one looks like a, I don't know, like a jet plane or something. Like, and I've just created all these various different cars, right? But then one day I decide I'm gonna create, you know, the most amazing car that ever existed, and I'm just gonna mass produce it, and then all these unique items, all these 600 unique cars that I created, they're just garbage because nobody wants to use them anymore, because the last car that I created was better than all the rest, and nobody was ever gonna step foot in any of those other cars because this car like literally like gives you a massage while you drive, like does your hair, like fixes your nails, like it literally does everything for you. Like it feeds you, poops you, burps you. Like it's like the god car among cars, and all the other creations that I did are essentially wasted because of the god car. And that's how a lot of these like things in Diablo 2 end up working, like Grief, Enigma, Hammerdins, Javazons. They end up being those god cars, and everybody wants to play the god car, and all of the other unique items in the game, all of the other rune words, all of the other things in the game that literally exist as part of the game, just basically go ignored and unused because this one item or this one character trumps all the rest, and it's very bad game design. It's extremely poor game design, which is why I am completely and utterly all for characters like the Hammerdin, which everybody wants to play because it's the best character to play, getting the nerf bat, because I would like to see people play other characters besides the Hammerdin. I would like to see people use other pieces of equipment besides an Enigma. I would like to see people use other mercenaries besides Infinity Act 2 Merc. Like, there are so many cool items and fun ways to build characters in this game, and yeah, they're not all broken OP like the Hammerdin that can do 3.12 million damage in 5 seconds, but they are fun. And the mere existence of a character like that basically precludes all the other options, because people look at it and they're like, okay, well, this guy can literally slay God, whereas this guy can maybe slay God's cousin. Be like, oh no, he can slay God's cousin. Just God's cousin. I could have sworn I like turned black and white there for a second. It was really weird. Like I was on like an old television set. Like I guess because I like raised my hand the wrong way or something, and like the camera like spazzed out. I don't even know what the hell. No, I'm not wrong, Jonathan. I'm absolutely 100% correct. This type of gameplay where you have the one item that trumps all the other items is terrible gameplay. It's awful gameplay. Anytime that you have a game that has literally like 400 or 500 items in it and nobody uses any of those other items except for that one item that everybody wants, that is bad gameplay. It's bad mechanics. I have no idea what you just said. You used a lot of abbreviations. What the hell is MRSA? Why are we talking about kitchens? I don't even know what how did the kitchen get in there? Everything in the kitchen sink? Is that what we're going for? Everything in the kitchen sink? Everything in the kitchen sink, my boys. Let's see here. I'm trying to pull up the regular game. I want to go play my paladin. I haven't played my paladin in a couple days. The last couple days has been harrowing for me. Lots of crazy stuff going on. Pipes bursting, all sorts of stupid things. Work, night shift, double night shift because it was Labor Day. It was poopy. All right, it was a poopy couple of days. That's why I didn't even do any live streams. You didn't even see me up here doing live streams because there was nothing to do. Let's bring up my Godzilla. I do think melee characters need some sort of revamp. I don't know exactly what that revamp is, but I do think they do need some revamp. One of the main issues with melee characters, I think, is just simply the attack rating calculations are freaking bonkers. I don't know why attack rating is so difficult to build. That's how I want to say it, difficult to build. It's very difficult to actually build a character who has like the attack rating to kill things. A lot of items don't have enough attack rating on them. Endgame items have so little attack rating that it's absolutely insane. Most characters are forced to use the angelic ring combo bug basically to get enough attack rating to actually do anything because there's because it's very difficult to actually get raw attack rating. I mean, plus percentage attack rating comes out the frickin' wing, and a lot of characters will even have like plus 1500% attack rating in those types of things. But like raw attack rating is as hard to come by as like diamonds. I don't think boosting the attack rate of melee characters is going to do anything, because they already can all hit the cap for the most part relatively easily. And on top of that, we also have huge durability issues on most items. I mean, one of the biggest issues with melee characters is the frickin' weapons break all the time. Like, your main goal as a melee character is to increase the speed of your weapon, you know, to attack faster, because obviously attacking faster is one of the easiest ways to increase your damage. And then pretty much every weapon in the game is like got like 20 durability and breaks in like 5 seconds. So attacking faster just makes your weapon break faster. I'm talking about real Diamonds game in the real world, not fake Diablo 2 diamonds, sir. Not gemmies, okay? Oh, you guys would hate me if I had control of the game, because I would have just already done it. I wouldn't even have listened to anybody who talked back either. I would have removed Grief, I would have removed Spirit, I would have removed Enigma, I would have nerfed Hammerdins. Like, it would have been done, like day one. I prefer characters and players in this game to have fun playing builds and things that they would like to play. I prefer people to have choices and not be told that they're an idiot because they're not using the most overpowered item in the game. And Grief is not a solution to the melee problem. It is a problem that creates an even bigger problem that revolves around nobody wants to use anything else other than that item anymore. It doesn't solve the problem, it just creates more problems. I didn't say nerf it, I said take it out entirely. Let's throw hands. Let's go. That was the whole purpose of today's video, was literally to get you guys to throw hands. I want to hear what you guys think. I want to hear the back talk. Let's go. So tell me why I'm an idiot, because I'm happy to see Hammerdins finally get a chip in their tooth. And I guarantee you what we're going to see probably won't even be that much of a detriment. Whatever they end up doing to Hammerdins, it's probably going to end up hurting other classes in the process because they don't really fully grasp the subject. removing grief without a replacement. The goal is not to create a grief replacement. You see, you're thinking wrong. You're thinking, oh, well, this is the god sword that I need to make my character work, but if he takes away this god sword, I'm going to need another god sword. That is the incorrect thinking. The correct thinking is to go look at all these wide, varied items that already exist within the game. Find a way to make those items viable choices, so that instead of going, I have to use the grief, you go, well, there's like 6 or 7 different choices. Which one do I specifically want for my character? See, a lot of people don't get that. They don't understand that having one all-powerful item is the wrong way to go about things. We don't want one all-powerful item. We want 72 choices where the difference between them is vague enough that we're not exactly sure which one is the best choice, and we sit there and we pick up one and play with it, and we're like, I kind of like that, but you put that one down and you pick up the axe and you're like, yeah, that's pretty good too, and then you pick up this big old mace and you bonk things on the head with this mace, and you're like, you know what, I really like this mace, it's got a good swing to it, I like the effects, and you end up choosing one of the 72 items. As of right now, for melee characters, there's one item on the table. There's no choice. There's no ingenuity. There's no personal agency. There's nothing. You're just, that's what you've got to choose. Everything else is an inferior choice, and you know this. We've made it very clear to you that everything else is an inferior choice. That is your only choice. Choose that or choose an inferior choice. Grief versus Last Wish. You know, Last Wish is such an expensive item, and you know what the funny thing is that most people say about Last Wish? They're like, but it's not better than Grief. Like, I legit have heard people say that, and it's absolutely ridiculous that that's even a thing, considering how ridiculously, just ridiculously expensive Last Wish is. You would think that if anything was going to be the god sword that literally like was the end-all be-all item that everybody chose, you'd think it would be the item that literally had like 6 frickin' high roots in it. What's up, Christopher Leslie? We've been talking about this for a while, sir. Oh god, amp damage. Run away! I do not want it to die. Use some mesh boots. 30% faster on walk. Nice. 10% faster hit recovery. Nice. Fire resist 6%. It's not really that great. Level 29, though. They're actually pretty decent little level 29 boots. We already answered that question earlier, Sathis. The reason why increasing the magic immunity of those zones is a bad idea is because you would also be essentially nerfing 2 characters that do not need nerfs. They're barely that great anyway. And that is the Bone Spirit Necromancer, as well as the Berserk Barbarian. And although not really a main character, the Magic Arrow Amazon as well. All 3 of those use magic damage, and nerfing the magic damage in those zones is just going to inadvertently cause problems with those 3 character builds. We don't need them to nerf 3 character builds for making 1 character build a little bit more difficult to play in that area. And chances are it's not going to do what they hope it's going to do. Adding magic resistances to those areas, or magic immunities even, is probably not even going to really affect the Hammerdin all that much, because they can always switch to Smiter to kill those magic immunes. A Hammerdin sub-Smiter is a pretty common thing.
death can save you from me.
Mr. Wakefield, I don't think that removing it would reduce the player base. I think that if it was done properly and you had a large enough number of options, you fix the options that are available, I think that it would increase the player base, not decrease it. Because we're talking about the difference between having multiple choices and actually being able to choose and build your character as opposed to being told exactly what to put on your character, which is something that people hate. Nobody likes being told exactly what to wear, exactly how to play their character, none of that stuff. And having options that are, you know, maybe not necessarily the best option, but are vague enough that everybody can make their own choice and close enough together that it really doesn't even matter, then you have personal agency and people can actually choose and do what they want to do. Because 18k Blizzard Sork still has to suffer resistance penalties. It's cold damage. There's tons of cold immunes all over the place. Like, there's a big difference between having 13k unresistible magic damage that 99% of the game is not immune to and has no resistance to, and a sorceress who literally has a skill that literally 1/3 of the game is resistance to, immune to, unbreakably immune to, and that. Like, they can't even break the cold resistances. So they're literally just dishing out basically no damage to like 1/3 of the game. Whereas the Hammerdin has like maybe like a handful of monsters, if that are magic immune. There's nothing wrong when music characters' kill speed is too slow. Why are we talking about music characters? Jonathan, if you're talking into your voice chat thing, you know, actually just take the time to type, because I don't know what to tell you. Just take the time to type, buddy. Like, they're not even coming out as like legible comments. But that's the thing about, like, a sorceress, is you can't build just cold damage unless you're gonna, like, ignore, like, 33% of the game. You can't build just fire damage. You can't build just lightning damage, because you're gonna run into monsters all over the place that you can't kill. Like, on a regular basis, you're gonna constantly run into monsters you can't kill, and unless you have the willpower to just simply walk by the monsters that you can't kill, then you're gonna be screwed. Whereas the Hammerdin doesn't have to have that willpower. He just walks up to the monster, kills it, and even if he did come across a magic immune monster, by the rare chance, he just hits W, swaps over to his grief and like smiter shield, and just murders it. Yeah, you don't even need a good shield. Actually, you don't even need a holy shield. You can literally just smite with crushing blow and open wounds. Not that a Hammerdin would ever not have holy shield, because it's like stupid. It's stupid broken. My thing is it's not like they said, you know, hey, we're thinking about like nerfing the Hammerdin. No, they were pretty succinct about it. They're just over here like, you know, everybody that complained was a Hammerdin, so guess you guys are gonna get the boot. You know, let's read their comment real quick because I like over analyzing things. I'm pretty good at reading comprehension. I may be bad at quick math. I may be absolutely terrible at quick math, as many of you know, which is a lot of the times while I use calculators for some of the more simpler math because I just always end up getting it wrong. But I am absolutely amazing at reading comprehension. I am tooting my own horn. I am tooting that horn. I've read tons and tons and tons of books in my lifetime, and I've gotten perfect scores on reading comprehension tests. So we're gonna go back real quick and we're gonna look at this post one more time, and I kind of just want to like double over quadruple check it, and we're gonna basically look at it and be like, okay, this is what he said, but what did he mean? All right, so I'm gonna paste it in the chat for you guys. I'm going to paste it right into chat. All right, so here we go. For all you guys to see, there it is. And it looks like it went to everywhere. Good. All right, so we're going to read it real quick. Players found some of the TZ content to be easy, but we can also determine what characters played on PTR, who offered that specific feedback, and we noticed a lot of this came from Hammerdin players. All right, so notice he didn't say all of this or most of this, or rather, sorry, he didn't use a superlative, so there was no indication that it was completely Hammerdin's. My guess is we probably also got a lot of comments specifically from people who were playing the Javazon, because the Javazon also had a very easy time with the TZ zones. And Jonathan, if you can't behave, I'm going to have to ban you. But I'm going to give you a timeout first. If you come back and you're still cursing and misbehaving, I'm just going to ban you from the site. I don't have time for that crap. Either one way or another, you can either behave or you can get out. So basically, we probably also have Javazons were probably also, I would assume, saying that the zones were really easy. And then we have the part here where it says the team has some ideas. Okay, so the team has some ideas on this, and we will be sharing that soon. So he's not saying that I have ideas. He's not saying that someone had ideas. He's saying specifically that the team as a whole has come up with ideas, not just one idea, but ideas plural, on how potentially they could arrest the situation of the Hammerdin having too easy of a time within the terror zone. Now, I don't know exactly how that specifically applies to what we're looking at. We did a lot of this earlier. We talked about all this earlier, like what particularly you could do to try and affect their damage output. But I do feel like if they specifically add magic immunities or magic resistances to the zone, they're going to negatively affect other builds and classes in the game as a result. And I don't know if that is really a good idea. They may be going a different method, so we'll see. We also have the second part here where it says, I expect, so he's talking about himself, Pez Radar's talking about himself, I expect it to create a bit of a shift in build/class opportunities for players. Now this right here, this little part right here, I expect it to create a bit of a shift in build/class opportunities for players, is very telling, because what this basically is saying is that what they are planning to do may cause people to shy away from the Hammerdin. They're basically going out of their way to do something to the Hammerdin class which may shift the build/class opportunities for other players. And this tells me that it's probably going to be something a little bit bigger than just simply adding some resistances to some monsters. Because let's be honest, adding some magic resistances to the monsters is not going to have the effect that we're looking at. We took the Hammerdin out, and we specifically removed concentration aura from the Hammerdin, and he was still able to clear P1 content with no problem. So a measly like 30% or 50% immunity or resistance on a monster, magic resistance, is not going to be enough to slow the Hammerdin down. It's not. It's not going to be enough. Whatever it is that they're going to do, I do feel like it's probably going to be in place relatively quickly. I just can't think for the life of me of what exactly they're going to do to make it work. Everything that I can think of in my mind either only affects the terror zone and everyone who's in the terror zone, including the characters who you would not want to affect, or affects the Hammerdin in every way, shape, and form, you know, like in all aspects of the game, outside of the terror zone, which is probably not what they intended. And I can't really think of a way that they can have their cake and eat it too. They're either going to have to hurt another class in the process, like Necromancer or a Berserk Barbarian, or they are going to have to bite the bullet and reduce the damage of the Hammerdin directly. And it's really just those two options. There's no way that they can get away with anything else. I can't think of any other way that it can be done. So we're either looking at a nerf directly to the Hammerdin, which will affect everything that the Hammerdin does, or it will be a nerf to the zone itself, which will affect everyone within that zone. I don't get why people even care that hammers are good within the context of the way D2 plays. It doesn't matter. It does matter. So here's the problem with that, Medak. Basically what's going on is that the terror zones were created for the express purpose of making it so that players could get to level 99 easier. As a result of this, players decided that they were going to take the cheapest and most quick route to level 99 that they could possibly take. So what is the quickest and cheapest route that you can possibly take to level 99? It is Players 8 solo content. What characters can complete, say, at Players 8 solo content? There are very few characters that can complete Players 8 solo content in any kind of reliable fashion that can get that bonus EXP to get to level 99 as quickly as possible. So they created the terror zones to allow everyone to have access to a level 99 zone so that people could level up easier. And then immediately the Hammerdin goes in and goes, hey, this is too easy. I can clear this absolutely no problem. Which the Hammerdin always could clear that stuff easy with no problem. And what's going on is the game was kind of balanced around the entire idea of getting to level 99 required you to be able to complete Players 8 solo content, which is really not acceptable. Honestly, in my opinion, no character should be able to do Players 8 solo content as if it were P1 hell content. Like, I can roll through P1 hell content with absolute ease. And I don't have any issues with it. But when I see a character running through P8 as if it were P1 solo, then we have an issue. And the issue basically is that the game isn't quite balanced right. And there are very few characters that can actually do this, by the way. So if any other character, like for instance, let's say a Bone Spear Necromancer or a, I don't know, I can come up with like 100 different options, like a Summon Druid, a Firewall Sorceress, or any other number of builds tried to do P8 solo by themselves, they would have absolutely no way of keeping up with a character like a Hammerdin in that regard. They're nowhere near as fast. Absolutely nowhere as fast. Could they clear it? Yes. But with nowhere near the efficiency and nowhere near the capability that those characters can. And when you're balancing the game around those characters, that does become an issue. And that's exactly the point. The game is easy. The Hammerdins have it the easiest out of every single character in the game and can literally walk through it as if they're standing still. You're talking like in circles around yourself, Medak. You're basically having an argument and then you're destroying your whole argument with your own comments. I mean, we're talking about the ability to create a game where people actually have to, you know, like work toward a goal as opposed to walk there. Like, the Hammerdin literally has it so easy that in Players 8 solo content, he can literally do it like blindfolded, like eating a bag of chips, one-handed with a squirrel on his head. Okay? And you're like, well, what's the difference? The game is so easy anyway. And that's literally how you destroyed your own argument within that sentence because, yes, we're trying to make the game more difficult. That's literally what they said in the post. He's like, the Hammerdins are like, it's too easy. So we, as a team, were like, hey, we can make it more difficult. And that is a good thing, not a bad thing. Making it more difficult is a good thing. If the game is too easy, then yes, the difficulty needs to be ramped up. Bye. Look, I ain't got no sympathy, okay? I've always had my opinions. My opinions have been well known. And Evie, I've said many times that Hammerdin needed to be nerfed. Many, many different times. And now that it's actually happening, now you're going to unsubscribe from me because I'm literally saying the same thing that I've said the entire time. I will 100% support the developers in nerfing the Hammerdin. He deserves to be nerfed. He should be nerfed. 100% should be nerfed. Quote me on it. I don't care. The Hammerdin should be nerfed. He's too powerful. He is way, 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 way too powerful for this game. He literally walks through this game like it's made out of butter, and he is a molten magma man, and the butter literally just melts before him as if he is so hot that the butter just pours away like literal liquid. Like, that's how ridiculously overpowered he is in the most difficult setting of the game. And literally they made a more difficult setting of the game, literally level 99 Players 8 hell. And he still walked through it like he was made of molten magma and he was walking through butter. If that doesn't prove to you in a nutshell that the character is too overpowered, that literally in the new difficulty setting, literally this character still walks through everything like it's nothing, I don't know what to tell you. Maybe you need to get your eyes checked.
I can't carry anymore.
Yeah, but the difference between a Javazon with an Infinity is that Infinity is hard to get. A Javazon is not really broken overpowered until she obtains that Infinity. And the Infinity is not easy to obtain. The Hammerdin, on the other hand, literally could put, like, the most stupid pieces of equipment on that have plus to skills and faster cast, and as long as he achieves a somewhat okay amount of faster cast rate and he has a decent amount of plus to skills with literally garbage tier equipment, he can literally put out more damage than a Javazon could ever hope for until she obtains that infinity. And by the time the Javazon obtains the infinity, the Hammerdin has like god tier equipment and can literally do everything that she can do and more. You can't compare a character running an infinity, which is extremely difficult to obtain, and a character that literally can do the same thing without it. Not really sure how Hammerdin can die very fast. He has 75% block chance with Holy Shield. He has tons of extra points to use because he doesn't even really have that many synergies involved in hammers. Like, it's literally Blessed Aim and Vigor. You got 20, 40, and then 60. And then you can take your other 20 points and throw it into concentration for a total of 80. And you still got 20 points to spend on Holy Shield, and then you have some more extra points left over after that. And 75% block chance is very easy to obtain on a Paladin. And not only that, but shields make it extremely easy to obtain high resistances on Paladins. So you should be running very easily 75% all resistances and 75% block chance, with a massive amount of defense, because Holy Shield will give you a massive bump in defense. I don't know, somebody came up with the idea of splitting Holy Blessed Hammer's damage type from magic to something else. I mean, one very simple thing you could do, which would completely change the way that Hammerdin works, is by changing the damage type from magic to physical. I mean, since it's affected by concentration, just turn it into physical damage. The damage would be the same. It would still be 13k physical damage hits, but it would have to go through physical resistances and physical immunities. We got 8 people in here today. Look at that. Oh, we got the we got the Wolverine Cyclops duo combo quadro. I don't know. He's running bots or what he's doing. He's literally got a full team of people: Beast, Colossus, Cyclops, Gambit, Phoenix, Rogue. Yeah, but you'd have to actually have the amp on the targets. Too many potions. You can still use it on a mercenary and twin-tailed comet. 13k is a lot of damage regardless. I mean, I'm dishing out 7,782 zeals, but my bottom end is 602, which means most of the time I'm hitting for relatively nothing. My physical damage, that's my physical damage combined with my elemental damage. The only thing that's not showing there is my Holy Bolt damage, which is part of my Godzilla build, which is something that's never going to show up on the control panel anyway. Did I just try and put an emerald on my belt? Maybe, I don't know. You don't like emeralds in your belt? Come on, you gotta get that thing bling. No, you don't use bramble on your necro, you use it on your merc. That way you get free thorns. Thorns is still very useful. It's not as good damage as like might or anything like that, but if you're using a might merc anyway, and you get might and thorns together, it's certainly a nice little combination. Good lord, my HP is high. You got some nice BO there, Colossus. Sorry, I had to find out which one was the barbarian.
I'm overburdened. I can't carry anymore.
Must have missed the seal. So I wanted to warn you guys about hopping into bot games. So a while back, I did have a video where I was like hacking into bot games. You know, basically like guessing their passwords, and it was very obvious that they were bots. And we were basically taking the stuff from the bots, and we were laughing because, you know, it's essentially like, you know, Robin Hood, like stealing from the bots and giving to the poor. And I wanted to warn you guys though, because even though that is very fun, I have had a couple of people tell me that they basically had their accounts banned because of it. And it was something that I had postulated, so I want to make sure that this is very clear, that I did talk about this on stream, and I did warn several people that this could potentially happen, and it did happen. Basically, they joined those bot games so much that they were associated as a bot by the Blizzard team, and they were banned. Basically, it's because if you're gonna hang around with the bots that much, if you're gonna join their games over and over again, and Blizzard goes, okay, this character is a bot, this account is a bot, what other accounts did this character have access to? How many times did they join their games? How many times did they pick up items? How many times did they trade with this particular character? And I warned them, because I'm like, if you do this too much, you're going to be associated as a bot with those other bots. They're going to see your account and they're going to go, okay, well, this guy has joined these bot accounts games, you know, like 10 or 20 times within the past couple days, and now we're going to link him together with the bot organization, and then when we do our mass ban, we're going to ban him along with everybody else, because he's probably a bot too. And I just want to make sure that you guys are aware that if you do follow that little video that I did where I was hacking into the bots games, don't do it like a ridiculously large amount, you know. Be conservative about it. Like, maybe go in, yank a couple items from the bots, but don't just sit there and I didn't mean to sell those. Why did I sell those? Don't just sit there and keep joining the games like all day for like a week or 2 weeks or something, because you're going to get associated as a bot and they're going to ban you. Oh, let me take a look at the comments, because I am kind of interested in what you guys have to say. That was actually the entire point of making this this clickbait this clickbait video, by the way. You guys might think that I'm being cruel to the Hammerdins, but let's be honest. I didn't say that I was going to nerf the Hammerdins. I didn't come up with this particular idea. I wasn't the one who said things were too easy. I didn't write in comments from a Hammerdin. I didn't even play the Hammerdin, I don't think, on the Terror Zones. I didn't write in comments from my Hammerdin and go, this content is too easy, you guys need to make it harder. Okay? You guys were the ones who played the Terror Zones as Hammerdins. You guys were the ones who put in the comments after you played your Hammerdin and you were like, this is too easy. And Blizzard was the one that looked at your too easy comments and was like, well, let's make it harder. And now we're in this situation where people are like, hey, no, that's my character. You can't do that. That's mean and stuff. And you guys need to stop. And shame. My dad used to do this when I was a kid. Always used to crack me up. He'd be like, shame, 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 shame. Let me take a look at these comments. Let's see here. We got the guy that I banned. It's a good point to start. I'll start from the guy that I banned. Oh, thank you for the sub, player 2. Well, I lost one and I gained one, guys. I lost one and I gained one. Lost one and gained one. Jonathan said make a 4th level after hell. I'm not really sure I'm up for that. I'd rather them just balance the content properly so that hell difficulty is actually difficult. I don't really think making a 4th difficulty is really the way to go, especially considering that it doesn't it kind of helps the bots. I like the terror zones because I feel like the terror zones kind of hurt the bots. It gives a place for us to farm. It gives a place for us to do things that's not necessarily the end game locations that the bots are using. I also feel like the bots are going to call attention to themselves if they don't farm the new locations. Like, it's going to be really obvious. They're going to pull up a list and they're going to be like, you know, they're going to be like, okay, who has not participated in any of the terror zones within like this time period? And they're going to look at the list and they're going to be like, okay, these people have played on ladder, but they have not played in any of the terror zones. And they're going to take a closer look at those characters and they're going to see if they're bot accounts. Because I'm going to be honest with you, when the terror zones come out, most people are probably going to participate in the terror zones. And bots may not, because they have to program new routes for every single terror zone. They might not have routes for those particular terror zones. And so it's going to be a dead giveaway when those characters don't. Now, granted, there will be other characters that do, but really about difficulty in this game is that it is non-existent anyway. I mean, I disagree with that entirely. If you take a look at my solo self-found Necromancer, difficulty definitely does still exist in this game. The problem with the difficulty in this game comes in with the items. When you have broken, overpowered items floating around everywhere and everybody has access to them, then yes, that becomes an issue. And the bots are part of that issue. The bots create a situation where those items are more available and people purchase them and make their characters overpowered. But one look at my solo self-found Necromancer run through hell and you watch me die multiple times going through areas that most people don't even blink twice about. And that's because when you restrict the items, when you make it more difficult to find the items and you make it more difficult to obtain those overpowered items, the game actually does become more difficult. And that is a fact. The solution is to make all the other cars better. I disagree. I mean, we're not really talking about cars. We're talking about items in a video game, and all of the items in the video game represent options, represent choices. So you don't necessarily just simply buff all the other choices to be equivalent to the god option, because then now everybody has a god weapon. And we're back to the difficulty issue where now everybody sees the game as easy. And that's not what we want. We want the game to be difficult. We want the game to be challenging. We don't want the game to be impossible. But we definitely don't want everyone to have a god item in their hand, which allows them to just like walk through the game like a fire monster through snow. Let's see, what else do we got here? Troll the bots so much until you become known as a bot. Yeah, pretty much. I'm so happy that you talked about the god item problem earlier in the video. I completely agree with you. I would nerf Enigma, Grief, and literally any item that is too good. Thanks for talking about it. I mean, I would do that also, but I would also find ways to enhance the existing items a little bit to make them more viable options. I want more options. I don't want less options. Grief and Enigma represent less options. That is what they represent. So I want to make more options, not less. And I think that's the important thing, the takeaway that you have to understand, that what a lot of people are looking for when they want those items gone is all they're really thinking in their head is they want more options. They want to be able to build a character and build a character that doesn't always use this particular sword. They want to be able to build a character that, you know, doesn't always use an Enigma. I mean, I have an Enigma in my stash right here, but as you noticed, I wasn't using it. I was having fun playing with something else. Let's see what else we got. Just strip 50% of the Hammerdin's damage away and replace it with physical damage. It's good to have a discussion, as Hammerdins have been OP for ages. Lots of people specifically don't play Hammerdins as they're too easy. And that is a really big thing about Hammerdins. They are ridiculously easy characters. A lot of people describe them as mind-numbingly easy. Many classes have builds that can stomp hell difficulty. I don't really agree. I mean, we're not talking about the ability to stomp hell difficulty. We're talking about the ability to stomp players 8 hell difficulty. There's a vast and ridiculous difference between literally clearing chaos, P8 chaos solo by yourself in like record-breaking time and being able to do content. Like, a lot of characters have builds that can do players 1 hell content, but a lot of classes actually can't do players 8 solo chaos by themselves in any like good or expedient fashion. So there, honestly, that's not really a true statement in my opinion. We're talking about like each individual class having to clear like P8 chaos solo within a certain time frame. Like, can every single class clear P8 solo chaos by themselves in about 5 minutes? Can they all do it 5 minutes sub? Can they all do it 10 minutes sub? Can they all do it 2 minutes sub? Like, what's the break point here that we're talking about for P8 solo runs and each individual build? Because like when you're talking about a class that can literally clear it the fastest, it's just about any class in the game, and then you're comparing that versus other classes that can, as you quoted, stomp hell. Like, what's the comparison? Are we talking about literally 5 minutes, 10 minutes? Are we talking about 20 minutes? How long does it take them to do a P8 run by themselves? Let's see here. And as I said before, what is it affecting? I already answered that question. It's affecting everyone because that's what the game is balanced around. Wonder how good Boson would be in the terror zones. It might be up to the resistances in those particular zones, Richard. Looks like I caught up with the comments. It's a 20-year-old game. The game has no balance. I completely disagree with that. The game definitely does have balance. Certain characters in the game are completely unbalanced, but for the most part, the game actually does have a balance. The real key to this game lies in the immunities. The immunities are part of the balance. And that's one of the reasons why the Hammerdin just doesn't really work properly within that balance, is because they bypass that balance. They're bypassing the balance of the game. The balancing mechanic of Diablo 2 is the resistances, and the magic damage that the Hammerdin does is bypassing that balance. The Necromancer is properly balanced because the damage that he outputs was specifically crafted for that balance. So they gave him magic damage, but they didn't make it so ridiculously overpowered that it was insane. They balanced out the Bone Spear and the Bone Spirit damage in accordance with how much it needed to be. The hammers never were. Diablo Immortal is Act 6. Diablo Immortal. Whew. Diablo Immortal is just Diablo 3.5. Nastiness. I always hate it when they have multi-shot. I'm not really sure if this is a Hammerdin only nerf, but they did specifically single out Hammerdin as the offending member. I do kind of feel like Javazon might be included, because I did also test a lot on the Javazon, and the Javazon had it way too easy. In the terror zones, they just absolutely annihilated. I don't really see a lot of pushback, to be honest. I see a few people who are upset about it, and the majority of the people are like, "Hell yeah, do it." My thing is like, it was the Hammerdins in the first place who were literally like, "This is too easy," and then at the same time, it's the Hammerdins also again who are like, "Hey, no, you can't take away our ease of access. Like, that needs to still be easy." Like, we didn't actually mean anything by telling you guys that it was too easy. Like, we really just wanted to complain, and then you guys not do anything, and then we were just gonna be like, "Hey, it's too easy," and you guys didn't do anything about it, and then wink wink, like, you guys just keep it the way it is, despite the fact that we're complaining and that it's too easy. Don't make it more difficult at all. Don't do that. We take it back. It's not too easy. Just leave us our overpoweredness. Like, I think that's the real, like, what's the term, like, dramatic irony. That's the real dramatic irony here. The real dramatic irony is that nobody who wasn't a Hammerdin, like, had anything to do with this. It was literally the Hammerdins that brought this on themselves. They literally went into the game and they're like, "This is too easy." And the developers are like, "Okay, well, we can make it harder." And then they're like, "Hey, wait, no, don't make it harder. We were just joking." Hey, wait, don't make it harder. Don't do that, actually. We would appreciate it if you did not nerf our characters. And the funny thing is it might not even be a nerf for the whole game. So, like, people are getting all up in arms about this. I'm talking about, like, possibilities. I'm talking about what they could potentially do. Like, if you guys are here, I'm not in control of none of this. I can't make any decisions. But I'm giving you guys the kind of, like, the breakdown of what potentially they could do to make it more difficult for Hammerdins, as they stated. And it could very well come down to just simply making it more difficult for Hammerdins in those zones, which essentially means that the Hammerdin might not necessarily get any nerf at all, except for within the terror zones, making the terror zones more difficult for them specifically. And if they do it like that, then the Hammerdin will still be just as overpowered as he has always been outside of the terror zones, and inside of the terror zones, he'll have a little bit of a more difficult challenge. I mean, I said this many times during the PTR and after the PTR. The pre-made tunes that they had were terrible choices. They need to adopt the strategy that most other games do with testing, which is copy over people's characters. The most accurate and best way to test something like this is to just do a character copy. Basically take everybody's characters on their account and copy them over so that you can test them with realistic builds. Not some ridiculous fantasy build where the Amazon has a Griffin's Eye diadem, an infinity, and a full belt of jab skillers and every other broken OP item that they can get their hands on. Because testing them with the most broken, overpowered characters didn't really help us any. Also, if it was on single player, we could have played around with Players 8 and gotten a better idea of the P8 content by ourselves, but we couldn't really do that because it was online, so we had to rely on other people showing up. I mean, there's definite issues with the testing methods that they've offered, but, I mean, they chose those characters. They knew what those characters were capable of. They played those characters themselves, I'm sure. And all they really had to do was run around a little bit in the zones, and they could have seen exactly what we saw, that the characters were just kind of broken. I actually took most of the Javazon's equipment off just to bring her down to a level so that she felt like a real character. I removed 3 of her skillers, and I also took off her Griffin's Eye diadem and brought her down to like a more realistic level of damage. It's so nice that I have a full group in here, so I can P8 solo chaos. This character can P8 solo chaos. He's also ridiculously expensive. And to get his full damage, he also cannot use Enigma. He also doesn't use Grief. He's a hailing triumph of mine, honestly, because number 1, he uses a Principal Armor instead of an Enigma. Number 2, he uses a Crescent Moon Phase Blade instead of a Grief. And as you can see, even in P8 Chaos, he does fairly well, even by himself. Maybe he's not like the fastest, most ridiculous clear, but he can do it, and he can do it relatively quickly. He does have a little bit of issue with HP. I always wanted to get him more HP, but never had perfect charms for this particular guy. But then again, to build this particular character, you need not 1, but 2 Jaw runes, which is a pretty expensive, endeavor all on its own. And then on top of that, you also need some pretty sick pieces of equipment, just to really make everything work out. It just doesn't. It doesn't just like happen on its own. What class outside of Hammerdin would suffer from all monsters immune to magic and terror zones? The Necromancer, Poison and Bone Necromancers, Bone Spirit, Bone Spear, Teeth. The Berserk Barbarians, which are pretty common. Zerk Barbarians are actually a well-known and pretty common build these days, especially for magic finding. Also, the magic damage from the Amazon's magic arrow would be completely ineffectual as well, which she uses to bypass physical immunities. So adding in magic immunity basically to everything would cause the Amazon to have a very hard time dealing with physical immunes, which is what she uses the magic arrow for. I mean, there's basically 3 different classes and 3 different, actually, I want to say 4 different builds that revolve around magic damage that would all be affected as a result. I don't really see how you could reliably just add magic resistance to the monsters without also affecting those 3 classes. So Holy Bolt is a weird one. Holy Bolt bypasses magic immunities. I don't know why. I've seen it on many occasions. It just bypasses the magic immunities entirely. Ooh. Nasty. Nasty, 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 nasty Venomoids. Ravens are physical, as far as I know.
Carry anymore.
Not even death can
Not even death can
I
save
can't
you
carry anymore.
from P.
I am overburdened.
Yeah, holy bolts from Fist of the Heavens are not affected by magic immunity as far as I know. I don't know why. I don't think they're technically magic damage. I think they're holy damage. There must be some other subcategory. Just found a Kira's Guardian? Is that what that is? Kira's Guardian?
I can't.
My color on my monitor's not always quite right. I think that's a unique.
Greetings.
Cody, what are you doing, buddy? Come here, buddy. What are you doing? What are you doing, monster dog? I know that you're a monster. You're a very big monster dog. Everybody likes to see you, even though they're mad because Cody's not, because Mr. Nimoy's not here because you're here. But you're still a big, giant monster dog. Yes, would you like a begging strip, sir? See, Cody doesn't care about Hammerdins. He doesn't care at all. In fact, if I put a little vote strip in front of him and I said, I'll pay you this begging strip if you vote to nerf Hammerdins, he would just smash that thing over and over again. You want this? Alright, first you gotta taste it. Taste it. Taste. Okay, good. You taste it. What does it taste like? Does it taste good? Okay, you ready? Yes. I'm not sure how many more are actually in there, buddy. I think we might be running low. You want to sniff the bag? What's it smell like? Does it smell good? You can't lick the bag. That's not how it works, sir. No, it doesn't work that way. He said you can't torture me like that. Go get your toy. Where's your toy? Where's your Mr. Crab or your kitty? Go get your kitty. Monster doggo. Oh, I got plenty of new videos coming. Don't worry, Keith. I got plenty of new videos. I actually recorded a whole bunch of videos recently, and I'm working on the next set. Kira's Guardian, 68 res. That's a pretty good res for Kira's Guardian, right? I can't remember what the cap is on Kira's right off the top of my head. It's not bad, little Kira's Guardian. Speaking of which, we are probably going to be giving away a bunch of items for you guys and gals who play non-ladder. So we have a lot of people within the kinship who don't necessarily play non-ladder, and whenever the new ladder season approaches, we pretty much just drop all of our items for you non-ladder characters. So we may have a big day, basically, if any of you non-ladder characters are interested, where we're basically just going to drop a bunch of equipment and delete our characters. Give away maybe full item sets, all sorts of interesting stuff. So if you guys are interested in that, we can play around with it. I'm not sure exactly what day that's going to be because we still don't know when the ladder is going to reset. And we obviously can't drop those items to you in non-ladder until after, you know, we actually have ladder pop. Yeah, we'll probably make a big day out of it or something. I'm not really sure. According to the way they said ladder is going to reset, though, it doesn't seem like we're going to have time on the day. Because basically what they said is ladder is going to reset, and when ladder resets, the new ladder will start at the exact same time as ladder resets. So we might be kind of screwed as far as a time frame goes. We might have to hold off and do it like a day later or something. I don't know. Because, you know, on ladder reset day, we're all going to be super interested in just burning our characters. It's just going to be a straight rollover. Yeah. Oh. You're trying to give me shouts, and I'm just running away from you. I like shouts. Got those sexy 4,477 HP shouts. I'm gonna have to delete some characters, unfortunately. I really don't have a choice. Otherwise, I'm not gonna have the room to make a new ladder character. I already have 20 character slots. I was really banking on them coming out with some purchasable character slots. Like I was really hoping. I was hoping and a praying and a hoping and a praying. There's a hoping and a praying and a hoping and a praying, and it never happened because it was hoping and a praying and a hoping. I get like no EXP from these monsters. It'd be so nice if I could test out the terror zones now as opposed to later. I mean, they said we're going to have a small period of time in between 2.5 release and ladder resets to test out like 2.5 or to test out the terror zones. So I might actually spend a little bit of time and see how far I can get my character leveled up to 99 in the new terror zones before we hit the ladder reset. We'll have to play around with that. This is one of my most fun characters, though. I really did enjoy my Godzilla. The Godzilla is certainly one of my most interesting builds to date. An Arcing of Storms? It's a high damage lightning charm. Part of me is considering starting another solo self-found character before ladder launches. I just don't really know if I've got enough time to finish it. And I don't want to leave the solo self-found character unfinished. Mid-level sorcerer. You can craft yourself a caster belt. Those are pretty easy to make. Craft yourself a caster belt, Jason. Look up caster belt D2 on Google and find the recipe. It's pretty easy to make, and you can craft a couple of them and use the best one out of the lot. Caster belts are great. For mid-level characters. Obviously, eventually you're going to want something like an Arachnid's Mesh or a Snow Clash, or, you know, depending on what kind of character you are. But if you're a caster character, caster belts are great. Did I make a video on caster belts? Yes, technically. There's a live stream that's a little while back where I basically crafted a whole bunch of items, Jason. Just like massive, large numbers of items. I just crafted everything and caster belts were one of the things that I crafted. I made a whole bunch of them, and I kept the best ones and uploaded them into the item pack. It's really just a matter, though, of putting the items inside the cube and transmuting it. If you've never crafted anything in Diablo 2, it's basically a gem, a perfect gem of some type. It always depends on the recipe, so caster types are always perfect amethysts. Then it's a rune of some type, depending on the item, so the rune changes. I believe caster belts are ith runes. I want to say ith runes. I could be wrong. And then, so you use a perfect amethyst, a ith rune, and then you need a magic item as the base. So for caster belts, I believe it is the Vampire Fang belt, and I can't remember what the Nightmare version is. What's the Nightmare version of the Vampire Fang belts? It's Light Belt, something belt, Vampire Fang belts. I can't remember. But as long as it's a magic... Yeah, Shark Skin, there you go. As long as it's a magic Light Belt, Shark Skin belt, or Vampire Fang belt, you're fine. I would recommend you do the Shark Skin belt. You can gamble them, by the way. You can just gamble for light belts, and you will eventually get a magic Shark Skin belt, and then you can use that for crafting. Like I said, I do all that in the video. If you want to check out that video where I craft stuff like all day long. That was like all I did that day was just craft everything in existence. And there's no guarantee you're going to end up with something great. I mean, it could be garbage, but you know, that's the whole thing with crafting, is you just keep crafting until you get something nice. This amulet I have on right here is a crafted paladin amulet. It's called the Death Heart amulet. +2 pally, 7% faster cast. It's got decent all resistances. I've had a bunch of different like crafted items that turned out really good, but I've also had tons that have turned out like garbage. It's hardly out of the blue, MacDac. They're not nerfing it out of the blue. They're nerfing it because literally people said it was too easy. Like, you have literally hundreds or probably even thousands of people who reported that it was too easy. They're making it more difficult in response to the feedback that they received. It's not out of the blue. Like, I understand that you're upset about the Hammerdin being nerfed, which I don't really understand why you're upset, because your arguments are kind of not really that good. But I can understand that you are upset. But coming in here and just, like, making things up and being like, they're just doing this out of the blue, it makes no sense, they have no reason to do this, is absolutely a lie, because of course they have a reason to do this. They literally got feedback that the character was too easy, and they're going, hey, we're going to make this character less easy. We're going to increase the difficulty of this character because people have said that he's too easy. Too easy is a problem. Too hard is a problem. In the middle lies the sweet zone. If a character is too easy, of course they're going to make it they're going to make it more difficult. And if a character is too difficult, of course they're going to make it easier, because the goal is to be somewhere in the center, in between too easy and too hard. They don't want characters to be too easy, and they don't want characters to be too hard. So literally a whole bunch of people, probably thousands of people, said, hey, this character's too easy, and they are doing the appropriate action of making that character more difficult. It is not out of the blue. Come here, Infector of Souls, your pummel stinks. I hate you. Infector of Souls has like one-shot me before. On stream, no less. Ever since they buffed his Inferno, he's gotten kind of insane, especially at P8. Boom. Bone Wand. Ethereal with +2 revives. 35k in the bank. 35k in the bank. 35k in the bank. 35k in the bank. Hey. You locking me in here. What did I do to deserve this? You gonna lock me in here again? Let me out. I need to kill you. Stand still. Again, you're exaggerating, Madak. You're pulling out like straw man arguments, and you're trying to like make them seem more valuable and more interesting than they actually are. I'm going to dissect your recent comment, and I'm going to show you exactly what I mean. So a build that has been the same for 20 years, right here, okay? The developers of the game haven't been around for 20 years. The game ceased to receive updates after 1.14D, and literally like almost like 6 years after the game was created. So a character that has been the same for 6 years while the developers were here and 14 years while there were no developers, literally at all. So the character stayed the same, not because the developers didn't want to change anything, but because the developers no longer existed. You're literally looking at things backwards. You're trying to like pull a scarecrow out and stab the scarecrow and go, hey, this is a terrible thing. They're changing something that hasn't been changed forever, and the developers kept it this way deliberately because they wanted to keep it this way. No, the developers didn't keep anything the way they wanted it to keep it because they ceased to exist. Blizzard North got literally blown to the four corners of the galaxy, and for literally about 16 years, the development team was gone. And for the first time in a very long time, we actually have a development team. We actually have people who are working on the game, and we have people who are providing feedback to that team that is working on the game. And those people are hearing feedback of, Hammerdin is too easy. It sucks. It's boring playing this character. I can't do anything other than click the button, and then I fall asleep while I'm playing this character because it's so easy. And the team is going, they're bored with this character. It's too easy. Let's make it a little bit more difficult for them to spice it up. Heh. 20 years later, you're still waiting for guilds and PvP runes. They actually had that planned at launch, by the way. I'm still super excited for them to add that. I really want them to add guilds in Diablo 2 Resurrected. I think that's something easy that they could do that would be absolutely amazing, and I really want to see them do it. Yes, the rare ring is actually pretty nice. Fire res, magic find, faster cast. I mean, it's not like super duper duper amazing. It's level 31. It's nice. It's got a little bit of replenished life on it. If you want it, Kage Naru, you're more than welcome to come grab it. I'll hold on to it for you. Why do I have so many flawlesses? What the hell was I doing with all these flawless skulls and flawless doojanks? I don't even remember. Just holding on to them all for no reason. What's wrong with sleep? People complain about everything. What about sleeping? Where are we sleeping? I like sleep. Oh, it's only 28k in the bank. 28,298 in the bank. It doesn't have the same ring to it. It's because it was ethereal. Ethereal cut the value. How dare they? Look, I don't think there needs to be more magic immune monsters. I feel like that's going in the wrong direction. Like, you gotta understand that the entire purpose of the magic damage category is that most monsters are not resistant to it. But hammers have never been balanced properly in that category. Like, they can be in that category, but they have to be balanced properly for that category. Like, I don't think there's any other way that you can look at it other than that. Balance it properly for the category that it's in, or take it out of that category entirely. I'm so curious what the other YouTubers and stuff are saying about this. I'm sure some of them are completely against nerfing the Hammerdin, especially the ones that abuse the Hammerdin on a regular basis. I can think of 2 or 3, which I will not name, who literally that's all they play is the Hammerdin all day long, every single day. They use the Hammerdin to hit level 99 in the ladder, and quite honestly, like, their entire life revolves around that character. So they're probably pretty pissed. I'm gonna assume that they're probably pretty pissed. And the funny thing is we might get the patch or whatever that they decide to nerf the Hammerdins, and it might be almost nothing. Like, they might not even fully grasp the entire idea of the thing, and it might end up being like the tiniest little nerf, like a tap on the wrist with like a ruler at school, and you know, it's just like, ooh, that's actually kind of sexy. +2 Frozen Orb, +3 T-Storm. It's too bad there's no rune words or anything you could actually put in that. Ethereal belts, boots, and gloves are actually useful in PvP. It's one of the things. It's one of the things about ethereal items. They don't break in PvP, so a lot of those ethereal items get used in PvP zones. Wind Druid is kind of like a Hammerdin when you think about it. Very, like, up front in people's faces kind of a character. One thing that I had considered, which I'm not really sure if anybody would even really want to go for this, I don't like the fact that you get more EXP by yourself in a P8 solo game as opposed to in a group. Like, I think it is against the way that the players count was intended. So players count was intended to encourage people to play together. And having it so that when you play by yourself in a P8 solo game, you get more EXP than when you're playing in a P8 game, basically with 7 other players, I feel like is anathema directly to the idea of what player count represents. It's supposed to represent something that beefs up the amount of EXP when you have more players in a game playing together. And I think the entire idea of basically one person getting more EXP playing by themselves is directly counter to that entire idea, and I think they need to remove it. Like, I want to see the EXP bonus that's added for playing by yourself in a P8, P7, P6, P5, P4, P2. I don't care. If you are playing by yourself, you get P1 EXP, and that's it. If you are in a group with 7 other players, then you get P8 EXP. You don't get P8 EXP if you're by yourself playing by yourself in a P8 game. I don't like that. I feel like it's exactly the opposite as it was intended, It was intended to promote group gameplay. It wasn't intended to have people run P8 solo chaos by themselves until they pull their hair out. I don't need a soul rune. I don't need a tal rune. I don't need any of these runes. These runes are... Yeah. What you don't get, Madak, is that by playing the Hammerdin in its overpowered form, you are forcing other people to play differently. When you hop into a ladder game, when another person hops into a ladder game on a Hammerdin, and he enters the competition with a character who can do what a Hammerdin can do, he is forcing the other characters to play differently to compete. If they want to compete, they have no choice. A character like that should not exist within a game. It should not be, there are 7 classes and there are hundreds of different builds, but this is the only one that you can play if you want to be competitive within the game. That is not correct. And as much as you try to say that it does not affect other people and it does not force other people to play differently, it's a lie. The Hammerdin does affect the way that other people play. The Hammerdin does force other people to play differently. The Hammerdin does change the competitive landscape, and it does create situations where people feel like they have to play it or they won't be in that competitive space. Because I go out of my way to find other ways to play characters. And no matter how good this character is, no matter how good my Godzilla is that I created, he's not competing with a Hammerdin. I would never be able to compete with a Hammerdin on this character. He is not fast enough, he does not do enough damage, he does not do it quickly enough, he cannot kill large packs of monsters as quickly as a Hammerdin can. He is not in competition with a Hammerdin. Although he can do P8 Chaos solo by himself, he is like not even in the same bracket. This guy might as well be in high school, and the Hammerdin might as well be an Olympian, as far as the difference between these two characters go. No, it was the opinion of the Hammerdins themselves that got taken into consideration. That's the funny part about it. This is too easy, they said. This is too easy. What are we competing for? We're competing in ladder. What are we competing for? We're literally competing in the same exact space where literally someone will tell you that if you're not playing a Hammerdin, you need to leave the game. I have had hundreds of comments on my YouTube channel where people have come to tell me that because they weren't playing X overpowered class when they went to do Bale or Chaos runs, that they were asked to leave because they weren't playing a Hammerdin, or they weren't playing a Javazon, or they weren't playing a Blizzard Sorceress. Like, they literally have told me that they were asked to leave if they weren't playing the most overpowered class in the game, and that kind of behavior is, in my opinion, unacceptable. And if the Hammerdin is the kind of class that breeds that kind of behavior, then the Hammerdin needs to get knocked down a peg. Oh, Nova is one of those weird, insane skills that doesn't really do very much single target, but does amazing AoE, but it also requires some insane gear levels. Like, I wouldn't compare a Novasork to anything. I mean, you're talking about an Infinity, a Griffins, you're talking about maximum lightning skillers with maximum HP. You're talking about just like insane levels of equipment to make that character work and shine. It's not even comparable to a Hammerdin. A Hammerdin can achieve the same thing that a Nova Sorceress does with minimal equipment. Hammerdin is not impossible to play without an Enigma. I have played Hammerdins pre-Enigma, and I have played Hammerdins after Enigma, and I've leveled them from scratch, not G-rushed, and they do just fine, even without teleport abilities, even without a teleport amulet. I don't know where the idea came from that a Hammerdin needed to have teleport to be efficient. It makes them faster, yes. Is it good to have on a Hammerdin? Yes. Is it required? Absolutely not. Hammerdins have the charge ability, which works absolutely fine. And although it is not teleport, it is more than enough to get them around and give them the mobility that they need. You're making a Holy Freeze Paladin, White Noise? Well, you know, you're in luck, because I literally have a full series where I made a Holy Freeze Paladin from scratch. It was one of my new character days. It was a very successful build, and I actually combined it with the my Godzilla build, and it worked out really, 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 really well. I was actually very impressed with how good it turned out since they've changed it. Let me see if I can pull up the first episode, maybe-ish. I don't know if you really want to watch it from the first episode, but you should be able to find it from that point. Yes, cold facets do in fact infect Holy Freeze. Yeah, there we go. New character day. Holy Freeze Zillet. There we go. And I level him all the way up, and then eventually I do finish him off entirely. I'm not sure if you want to follow him from like the beginning, but that's the beginning. That's the first episode, and then this is day 2. And then I think this was when I finished him. I think this is my last one. Boss farming is not the only way to magic find, Madak. In fact, I find that walk magic finding is often more effective than targeted boss magic finding in many situations. I found my Griffins walking. I found my 3 Harlequin Crest Shakos walking. I found my 3 Mars Kaleidoscopes walking. I found a Burr rune, a Zod rune, a Jaw rune, a Mal runes. I found everything walking. None of them came from bosses. So trying to say that without teleport I can't boss farm is stupid, because literally most of my good items end up coming from regular trash on the way to the boss. As a Hammerdin, you can very easily farm the trash. You can walk just like any other character, and you can magic find walk in a lot of the zones that have the ability to drop Griffins. And now, with the new terror zones, literally any terror zone can potentially drop Griffins and all those other amazing items. I agree, Jeremy. The quicker you kill monsters, the better magic find seems to work. And gathering them up in groups is something that the Hammerdin excels at. So you could very easily gather a big group of monsters, shoot off a couple hammers, murder everything, and find some good stuff. Whether it's farming ghosts in Arcane Sanctuary for runes, or whether it's farming Not Ancient Tunnels, because the Hammerdin obviously can't do Ancient Tunnels because it's like the one zone that has magic immunes in it. The Pit, or any of the new level 85 zones like Arachnid Slayer, Glacial Trail, Drifter Cavern. Yeah, Drifter Cavern. I'm like running through them in my head. I don't have them all memorized. But quite honestly, like, there's so many good zones that you can farm as a Hammerdin. There's like very little that you can't farm. And yes, early and ladder you might have some resistance issues, but the Paladin has the easiest time with resistances in general because of those ridiculous shields that they can make. If you find one Mal rune, you can find a halfway decent, like 40 to 45 res Paladin shield and make Coco Mal in it, and it will literally fix all your resistances until you find something better. Vengeance is actually pretty good. It does have its downsides because it is a single target ability, but I've built Vengeance Paladins recently, and honestly, Vengeance is in a very good place. Really, all Vengeance need is a little bit of AoE damage along with its effects. Some kind of AoE damage. I think it would be like little explosions or something would be cool. Like little AoE explosions that come out of the attack or something every now and then would be interesting. Maybe with like a % chance. Could really make it work out. I mean, conversion does exactly what it's supposed to do. It saves your life. If you guys have never used conversion on a Paladin, it will save your life. If you're in a dangerous situation and you find yourself like trapped in the middle of a bunch of monsters and you're slowly dying, which happens a lot on the Paladin because you get surrounded, conversion can be a very quick and easy way to basically save your life. You might not be able to kill the monsters fast enough, but you can very easily convert quite a few of them, and in the process spread the damage out and basically make it so that you can save yourself. Just the same way that assassins use Mind Blast to convert monsters for protection. You know, they'll just like, okay, I'm in trouble, let me Mind Blast, stun, convert a couple of monsters, okay, I'm good, I'm safe, and then they back up, cast a couple of traps, get their merc and everything situation, and they go forward. Conversion, honestly, I don't think conversion was ever meant to be an attack skill. I think it's specifically just supposed to be a save your butt skill, and that's what it's for. You don't necessarily ever use it as your main ability, but it's like an oh crap ability that will allow you to convert all the monsters nearby and save your life. And if you have it on a relatively high level, it converts at a relatively high percentage, and can definitely come in handy. Sacrifice was bugged for a very long time, White Noise, but recently it's been fixed. Not sure if you guys are aware of that. They did a lot of changes in 2.4, specifically around Sacrifice. There was a lot of little individual like changes that made Sacrifice definitely a hell of a lot more worthwhile. It mainly had a lot of issues with actually like hitting targets. It was slow. It would miss on a regular basis, and in the 2.4.3, 2.4 and 2.4.3 patch notes, there was a lot of like little things that were changed that made Sacrifice actually work now. If you guys have ever tried to build a Sacrifice Paladin in the past and it didn't work, give it another try now, because with all the changes that they made to Sacrifice, you may find that it works a lot better. Hunger does need help, and so does the Assassin's Cobra Venom. Both of them. The other thing Sacrifice can be good for is when you run out of mana. If you guys have never used it for that particular purpose, it's great. So if you are like a Vengeance Paladin or anything like that, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You get into these little situations where you have lost all your mana and you can't like rebuild, you know, your attack speed. Your regular attack doesn't have enough attack rating and doesn't actually hit targets. and it doesn't really do enough damage to steal back enough mana to be useful. Since sacrifice doesn't actually cost mana, having it on like an off button that you can press on occasion when you run out of mana will help you regenerate your mana, because sacrifice steals mana and it doesn't cost any mana. So it will help you rebuild your mana relatively quickly, and then you switch back to your main skill. Obviously it's going to burn your HP in the process, but hopefully you've got some HP potions laying around. I've never really found sacrifice to be like too ridiculous as far as like how much HP it took away, and I'm not sure if you guys have had noticed in the patch notes they also reduced the amount of damage that sacrifice does to you as you level it up. So it eventually it kind of just becomes like a free use skill. It really goes down to a very low percentage now. What's my opinion on green sets becoming runnable and PvP only? What do you mean runnable? I'm not really quite sure what you mean there. You get a green set, and effect of the rune word can only apply in a zone for selected PvP. You're talking about like PvP specific sets. I didn't really appreciate PvP specific sets in Lord of the Rings Online when I played that. I thought they were a really bad idea. Honestly, it depends on their availability. One of the biggest issues with Lord of the Rings Online was that people who often joined in for the first time didn't have those sets and were at an extreme disadvantage to everyone who did, which can be a really big issue in PvP, because you don't want to make a barrier for entry to PvP that is so ridiculous that it prevents people from actually joining in. I don't think so, Andrew. Everything that I'm seeing so far says they're going to be a ladder-only feature, but, I mean, we shall see. AM Fitness, I think they'd be idiots not to. I honestly don't even understand why they don't have purchasable stash tabs and purchasable character slots already. It's got to be the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. It's easy money. It's a way to support the game. People will lap them up like candy. They've already given us 20 slots, which is a pretty decent amount of slots, and we've got 3 stash tabs. And none of this really affects gameplay. Like, having more character slots and having more stash tabs doesn't necessarily affect gameplay, and I just don't understand why they haven't already done that. Maybe one day they'll let us know what is rattling around in their brains and why they haven't. I mean, it does seem like they've been pretty focused on this Terror Zone stuff, and perhaps that's really what's been going on, is they've been focusing on the Terror Zones the most out of anything. And so they weren't really working on that at this particular point. I don't know. Man, Cody is just snoring up a storm over here. I've been streaming for 3 hours already? Dang.
Not even death can save you from me.
Yeah, I died, Diablo. Wow, he dropped me junk, didn't he? Junk, junky in your trunk. He dropped me junk, junky in the trunk. I don't really like that way of doing things, Constantinus. I think PvP sets are a bad idea. PvP sets reek of a lack of agency, because as soon as you start building PvP sets, what ends up happening is There's only a certain number of sets, and each particular set has a very specific build that goes along with it, and if you don't really do that specific build, then you're kind of screwed. And before you know it, you have pigeonholed, essentially, the entirety of the game into these specific builds, which are revolving around these specific pieces of equipment. And I didn't like it in Lord of the Rings Online, and I don't like it in this game either. I don't think it's a good idea. Did I ever get into Elder Scrolls Online? No, that was actually one that I never did get into. I don't know why specifically I avoided Elder Scrolls Online. Might have been a feeling that I didn't really think it was a good idea. I don't know. But I do remember specifically at one point looking at the game very seriously and deciding not to proceed with it. And I don't exactly remember what that reason was. I think I was just done. I want to say I was just done with MMOs in general at that point. I don't really particularly care for the endless grind anymore. Like, I'm not really quite sure how to put it. Because I know that Diablo is almost like an endless grind also, and so it's kind of hard to compare the two and be unbiased when you're talking about like the endless grind of Diablo and the endless grind of, you know, of like of like an MMO. But I think the main difference between an MMO and something like this is that in an MMO you don't really have a choice in that grind. Like, the grind is created for you as an MMO character. Someone sat down and they said, okay, well, he's going to have to do this number of quests for this number of days to burn the reputation to be able to get this item. This item has been pre-designed for his character, so it's going to give him exactly what we want him to have. If he uses this set, he's going to be using this particular equipment, and he's going to be using this particular skill, and he's going to be using this one with that skill, and so forth and so on. And with Diablo, it's less like that and just more like, hey, I have a goal. I want to achieve that goal. Let's go achieve that goal. Let's figure out how to do it. Nobody's telling me how to get it done. There's no set that tells me what skills to use. I just kind of make up my own mind and do it on my own. And my whole channel is dedicated to that, by the way, if you guys haven't frickin' noticed. Like, some of you guys who maybe been following me for a really long time and you're like, oh, gasp, he doesn't like the most overpowered items in the game. Clutch my pearls. Like, you obviously haven't been paying attention to the way that I do things. I don't tell you guys how to play your characters. And I don't like games that tell you how to play your characters. I like to show you guys the items. I like to show you guys the rune words. I like to show you guys the runes and the amulets and the rings, and I like to explain to you what they're good for, and I like you to make up the choice on what the best item is. Because that's the fun of this game, is the personal agency in the creation of your character. And, items like Enigma and Grief take away from that. Characters like Hammerdins that are like the most overpowered option that everybody knows is the most overpowered option take away from that. I don't like them because they take away from the uniqueness of creating your own character. Squint hard into the camera and maybe you guys will squint right in your soulies. What's up, Hyperion? I mean, the sets aren't useless. They're just specifically useful. I mean, some of the most useless items in the game can still be useful. Let me make an example. Okay? I'm going to make an example. I want you guys to look at an item and tell me what you think this item can be used for. Okay? We're going to play a game, and most of you guys may not know. Some of you might know what this item is useful for. And if you say that it's useless, if you say that it has no use, then you're automatically out. You're wrong. Because I'm not going to show you an item that's useless. I'm going to show you an item that has a specific use, and most people can't see it. Okay? So here we have the Serpent Lord Longstaff. It is a level 9 item. It has 40% enhanced damage. It's garbage as far as damage is concerned. It has 50% target's defense. It has 100% mana stolen per hit. And it has 50% poison resistance. What specifically can you use this staff for? And it is not useless. It has a very specific and very profound use that the people who were smart enough to see it use it for. But those of you who do not know will never understand the value of this item. So the 100% mana stolen per hit only works on physical damage. So enchant does not have any real bonus. Also, an enchant sorceress doesn't really use mana. So in general, enchant sorceresses don't really get good use out of it. Druids, again, wouldn't get good use out of this because the physical damage is so low. I'll give you guys a hint. There's your hint. Out of all the characters in the game, why would she be holding it? Why would an assassin be holding this item? The answer to the question is because it has 100% freaking mana steal, and the damage on it is garbage. But it does have 50% negative target's defense and 100% mana steal at level 9. If you're utilizing this on a Kixin, which has damage based on their boots, not their weapon, the damage on the weapon doesn't matter. So you can literally utilize this on a low-level Kixin at level 9, get 100% mana stolen per kick, and negative 50% target's defense per kick, which means that your kicks will land almost every single time on every single monster that you kick, all the way up until you get your better weapon. And you will steal 100% mana per kick, which means you will pretty much have a full mana pool the entire time you're playing this stupid character. Items in this game have uses. Just because you can't see them doesn't necessarily mean they're not there. And to the person who was talking about the sets being useless, they're not. Pretty much all the sets have a very specific and profound use. You just have to know what they're for. You know, Trangul set may not be the best set in the world for a Bone Spear Necromancer, but it's an excellent set for a Summoning Necromancer. A Griswold set is one of the classic examples of this, is that literally we have the most ridiculously customizable set in the game, and people will still look at it and say that it's useless, despite the fact that it has some very notable uses, like, for instance, a PvP Fist of the Heavens Paladin that literally just nukes things with, like, a freaking lightning facet in every single socket, to the point where he hits you with that Fist of the Heavens and it just obliterates you from existence. And this is just one of the silliest items in the game that literally is just a low-level item that doesn't really have a lot of good uses. But if you know the mechanics of the game, you can abuse those mechanics just to your heart's extent. What level is this character? Level 99 with 299 life? Oh, she's really kicking hard. But she doesn't even know. She's got skill points at least. Oh, great. Bladesin. Yeah, Bladesin could also get halfway decent use out of this. But the problem with Bladesin is that the Bladesins do go off the damage of the weapon. So there wouldn't be as good of an effect because Bladesin is going to use the weapon damage to actually calculate that. Plus, Blade Fury is level 18, whereas kicks are basically level 1. Serpent Lord Staff. Whee! It is the staff of the Serpent Lord. Oh, by the way, here's some of the staffs that I still have to go over. I still have the Salamander, the Razor Switch, the Chromatic Ire, Skull Collector, Spire of Lazarus, and the Iron Jangbong. The Iron Jangbong. You never seen a Bladesin in action? They're pretty fun. My Bladesin is, I think, still on here. It's been a while since I dusted her off and used her for anything. But she's still here. Where are you at, Bladesin? Her name is Vegomatic. Oh, yeah, she's missing, like, most of her equipment. She's missing, like, everything. People do use set items late game, and many of the set items in the game are actually best in slot. So they're not useless. G-Face is one of the best in slot helmets for a lot of characters. Death Sash and Death's Gloves is best slot for a couple builds. Trang's Glove is best in slot for a couple builds. Trang's 3-piece is best in slot for the Necromancer Poison Necromancer. Like I said, you're using a generalized term to be like every single set item is useless. But the fact of the matter is there's tons of set items that people use and put into many different builds specifically for the purpose because they are the best in slot choice for those characters. Laying of Hands gloves literally make it into just about like half the freaking builds in the game. Who am I on and why am I on them? I totally forgot. Oh yeah, Vegomatic. She has like no equipment left. She is running no boots, no helmet, no armor. What does she got laying around that maybe I can like slap on for the time being? Does she have any gloves? She's got Crushing Blow gloves. Oh wait, no, she's already using 20% IAS. Well, those are for knockback. She needs the Crushing Blow gloves. I have Twitch Throw. Woo, I'm so excited. This helmet is not the right one. She's missing, like, everything that she needs to work properly. She's missing her Fortitude. She's missing her Phoenix. She is missing everything. Let me see if I can steal her some equipment real quick and show you guys how she runs. I believe the person who stole her equipment is the tank, isn't it? Oh, wait, no, not her. Jouster. I think it's Jouster is the one that stole her equipment. Yeah, Rib Cracker is pretty amazing for a Werewolf Druid, although it has been kind of knocked down a few pegs. It's still an amazing item. Don't ever let anybody tell you it's not an amazing item, because it is an amazing item. But there are some better options now, as opposed to before. She's wearing War Travs, which is not what I really want. Let me grab an Annihilus just in case, because I'm not even sure if she has an Annihilus on her. Here, take that. She really needs her specific G-Face that has the damage jewel in it, but I guess this one will work for now. Doesn't have to specifically be that particular G-face. It's not about using whole sets or using partial sets. If the set's pieces or the sets in multiple pieces, even if it's just a partial bonus, is being used, then it's effective in endgame. If it's endgame best in slot, then yes, it is still being used and it is not useless. If you're talking about the entire set as a bonus, even the entire sets are still useful. Quite a few of the entire sets still get used on a regular basis. Sorceresses use the entire Tal Rasha set on a regular basis because it's a much easier and much cheaper way to build a Magic Find character. The Griswold set gets used in PvP and other choices specifically for the massive number of sockets that it offers. We also have the Trangul set get used specifically for summon Necromancers and also PvP Necromancers for the stupid broken ability to be able to block while running. Barbs use the IK set all the time, and while they won't necessarily use the weapon, more often than not, Barbarians will use multiple pieces of the Barbarian's Immortal King set with, like, pretty much every piece except for the weapon. And Maul Barbarians will use the weapon. Although it's not best in slot, it's still useful. I've actually killed the Ubers with the Rothas before, which is pretty hilarious. Did I put the Gore Riders in the wrong stash? I put the Gore Riders in the wrong stash. Poopity, poopity, doopity, poopities. Yes, Mavina's is actually excellent for an Ice Boson. One thing that a lot... Oh, I didn't have Gore Riders. That's what it was. Gore Riders is probably on my Convictor then. Yes, I do. Congratulations. Alright, you guys want to see a Vegomatic? This is my Vegomatic. I don't even know if she's properly built. She doesn't have trap skillers. She's running shadow skillers instead, which... That's how I built her, because they hadn't added synergy bonuses to Blade Fury yet, and it really didn't make any sense to run trap skillers. But now she should be using trap skillers, and she's not, so whatever. Alright, let's go moiter some stuff, shall we? Stop converting stuff. I'm trying to kill it. Every time you convert things, I can't kill it. Quit it. Stupid converting converter. I totally understand your point. I'm not missing it. I disagree with your point. I completely and utterly and vehemently disagree with your point, Constantine. You can continue to argue your point, and every time you continue to argue your point, I will come up with examples which literally make your point invalid. And I have been doing so the entire time. And every single time I come up with a new example to literally show that what you're saying isn't really the truth, you're like, but you don't understand my point. But I do understand your point. It's just not an accurate point. But the only change that I would make to set items, and this is a big one, is allow them to spawn ethereal. I would make it so that set items could spawn ethereal. I would like to see ethereal versions of pretty much every set item, unless it also spawns indestructible. Like for instance, it would be really interesting to see like an ethereal version of Griswold's Heart, or an ethereal Arctic Furs, which has insane defense on it. There are a lot of interesting things that could occur with ethereal sets that I feel like would be rather interesting, and just simply allowing them to spawn ethereal could really be interesting. Oh, I'm into physical. Alright, and you're gonna kill my merc too, you little troll. How about that? How about that? Okay, use him into physical. I got you. I have a solution for the into physical monsters. It just takes a second. And of course, he frickin' murdered my merc though. Like, dang. Like, alright, frickin' brute. Oh, because my mercenary doesn't have a weapon on. Well, alright. Well, dang. Do I have anything to put on him that's not garbage? I've got nothing. Here, have a demon spike harpoon.
I'll put that to
A
good
whaling
use.
we will go, with a whaling we will go, a hi-ho to Dario, a whaling we will go. He's supposed to have a Reaper's Toll. He doesn't have a Reaper's Toll, so... There's really nothing I can do to this guy. The whole goal was to have the Reaper's Toll guy break the physical immunities for me so I could deal with him. I could also add in elemental damage. I was originally going to plan out like an elemental damage addition to this build. I have no tolerance for people asking deliberately antagonistic questions. If you want to ask deliberately antagonistic questions, go ask them somewhere else. Try out one of the other Diablo YouTubers and ask those questions in there and see if they let you get away with it. It's one thing that's always bothered me as long as I've existed. You want to ask questions, fine. You want to ask legitimate questions, fine. But if you want to ask deliberately antagonistic questions, formulated specifically to antagonize, and then continue to ask those antagonistic questions over and over again, even though you know that nobody's answering your questions because they're avoiding your antagonism, like, at that point, I'll goodbye. Yeah, they recently added a lot of buffs to this character. Even before the buffs, though, this character was okay. Like, at best, he was okay. She was okay. But after the buffs, she's definitely seen quite a bit of enhancement to a level which is quite sexy. As you can see, she pretty much demolishes players one with absolute ease. Like, there's kind of like no contest at this point. But she is using some pretty good equipment for her specific build. That's the whole point. If you're interested in building a Blade Sin, I would definitely take the time to watch my Blade Sin videos where I go over talking about all this stuff. Because Blade Sin has a lot of specific things that don't work with it. Most notably is Grief. Grief does not work with Blade Sins. So if you are planning to use a Grief on your Blade's Fury Sin, don't, because it doesn't work. And it's not going to work.
It is an honor to serve you.
Left side cubing. No left side cubing allowed, Gabe. Right side cubing only, okay? Right-handed cubers are the best. Left-handed cubers are the rest, okay? That is the truth of the nation. Right-handed cubers are the best and left-handeds are the rest. The right-handed cubers are the amazingest, most best. Can you make a sin with grief and chaos and whirlwind? No. Because you can't wear chaos with a sword. It's a claw. It's a claw. Punks. 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 Double punks. Triple punks. Quadruple punks. I also got these little doojanks. These little doojanks floating everywhere. These little doojanks in your hair. These little things do 545 to 565 damage with 75% weapon damage as well. Let me see if I can find some, like, actual monsters to show you what they're capable of. That's right. The most important things to know about a Blade Fury Sin is, number one, the attack speed is the same no matter what. Like, there's no increase in attack speed, faster attack speed, faster cast rate, none of that helps. So you're kind of free from building IAS. You don't need to build IAS on all your stuff. Number two, two-handed weapons have a huge penalty. And they basically function as one-handed weapons. I don't know why they decided to do that. But Blade Fury essentially does not work with two-handed weapons. It has a hidden, huge penalty that basically nerfs it right back down to a one-handed weapon. So a lot of people have gotten the idea to use like a big two-handed ethereal weapon with Blade Fury, and it doesn't work. It just gets like nerfed into oblivion back down to a one-handed weapon damage, and the entire thing is a pointless endeavor. The real beauty of Blade Fury Sin is building that crushing blow, the open wounds, the deadly strike, getting all those really nice effects on there so that you have, you know, like multiple things going on when you hit a target, even venom and stuff like that. So like every monster that I'm hitting is getting like demolished by my massive amount of crushing blow, open wounds, and deadly strike. I've got 72% deadly strike, which is a pretty sexy amount. I have 110% crushing blow, which is 10% more than I need, and only 10% open wounds, because quite honestly, open wounds procs more than enough, and it lasts 8 seconds. So once you proc it on a target, you don't really need to proc more. So I don't really find it necessary to have more than like a small percentage of open wounds, especially when I'm attacking a target like freaking 5 times in a second. Drax would help with the builds. If you wanted to use Drax, you could get some life leech that way, but you can also get life leech the normal way too. So you steal life with Blade Fury. It is a thing. You do indeed. What's up, punk? Physical aura, increased damage. I mean, yeah, you can increase it with might, concentration, fanaticism. Fanaticism obviously won't give you the increased attack speed, but it will give you the damage bonus. I'm actually using Blessed Aim because Blade Fury does have some major attack rating issues, and attack rating is probably the biggest issue with the Blade Fury Sin. On top of that, the attack rating on Claw Mastery does not apply to Blade Fury. So I just ended up using the Death Etnax, which I think is like the best item for this particular build. Also, the Ethereal Fanged Flesh Ripper Fanged Knife is also a superior item for this build. But you do need to put a Zod rune in it if you want to use Blade Sentinel and Blade Shield, because they will burn durability. However, Blade Fury does not burn durability. So if you're only using Blade Fury, you can get away with using the F Flesh Ripper, which is actually pretty good damage. And see if I can show it to you real quick. I just got to make sure I don't use the other abilities. As you can see, I'm at 19 of 19 durability. And let me go somewhere like Travancore. Why not? Now, the real beauty of the Flesh Ripper over the Death is that it has the negative 50% target's defense, which is pretty sexy. Combined with the Crushing Blow, the Deadly Strike, the Open Wounds, the slows target, all of it comes together very nicely to bring me to 85% Crushing Blow, 60% Open Wounds, 63% Deadly Strike, slows target by 20%, and a very nice negative 50% enemy defense. Which is very nice. And then it also tags on the prevent monster heal mechanic as well, which is pretty sexy. In general, it rips. And no matter how much I use this in the Blade Fury form, I won't burn durability. But if I use the other abilities like Blade Sentinel and Blade Shield, it will. So you can actually utilize this fairly effectively on this character without a Zod rune, which is pretty cool. But if you do find a Zod rune, you can use the Blade Shield and the Blade Sentinel as well. Alternatively, you could leave it in the ethereal form and socket something into it like a enhanced damage jewel, which would increase the damage even further, of course. And as you can see, even with something like the Flesh Ripper Fang Knife, I'm still doing ridiculously good. The Death Etnax, I think, is superior in damage, but as far as like CC and the ability to hit targets, that negative 50% target's defense comes in really handy. Another thing that you could do, which would actually be really interesting, is instead of socketing a Zod rune into the item, into the Flesh Ripper, you could socket an Eth rune in there, and what that would do is bring you up to negative 75% target's defense, which would be kind of insane. And most targets you would have absolutely no issue hitting with that massive amount of negative defense, which also applies to bosses, by the way, which is pretty cool. Didn't I have a Phoenix? I thought I had a Phoenix. Phoenix. What character is holding the Phoenix? I can't even remember. I'm going to have to delete some of these characters. Grogu is probably going to get deleted, actually, now that I think about it. Pretty sure Grogu was a solo self-found necromancer that I never finished. Oh, he's the poison. He's my mock ladder character. That's right, my mock ladder character. I remember. Should probably take all his equipment and stuff off before I delete him. Well, I need a slot for my new ladder season character, so. It's not like he's got like absolutely amazing tier equipment. It's pretty much just whatever I found at that particular time. Nothing too super fantabulous. Nothing too super fantabulous. Let me join, see if there's a free game running. I'll drop all this loot on the ground. Is there really like no free games running? Yeah, that one was non-ladder. Oh, FREE. FRE. It's a re. Alright, I'm gonna drop this gold wrap on the ground. All my junk, I don't care. Nets, treachery, crown of thieves, trangs, random demon head. You have a good one too, William. Drop a high rune in the free game? Drop a high rune in the free game? What? You mean something like a burr rune? Is that what you guys are saying? Drop a burr rune? Alright, who in non-ladder wants this burr rune? Come on, who wants a burr rune? Who wants a burr rune in non-ladder? Burr rune. Okay, the name of the game is burr rune. Okay. The password is the registration number for the Enterprise. I'm being really nerdy. Alright, so it's going to be burr rune, and the password is the registration number for the Enterprise. Whoever comes in can have the burr rune. It'll be sitting on the ground. The registration number, I'm talking about Captain Kirk's Enterprise, not the others. the registration number for the Enterprise, and you're in. All yours. 1 Burroon. No waiting. First one in. Let me write down the game name. Alright, so the game name is Burroon. And the password is the registration number for the Kirk's Enterprise. Kirk's Enterprise. Uh-oh, somebody made it in. The Burroon's here. Will they get it? Oh, no. Oh, no, the Burroon. Oh, no. They're still loading. Congratulations. For those of you who were unaware, the registration number for Captain Kirk's ship was NCC-1701. No bloody A, no bloody B, no bloody C, no bloody D. That was on the episode where that was on the episode where Scotty was on the Enterprise. What was it, C or D? What was Kirk? I mean, Picard had several. So did Kirk, but what was his? The D Enterprise D. I think it was the D. Yeah, his was the D Enterprise D. Anyway, he goes to the freaking holodeck, and he's like, I want you to show me the bridge of the Enterprise, and the freaking computer is like, which Enterprise would you like to see? There are currently like such and such number of ships with that designation, and he goes NCC-1701, no bloody A, no bloody B, no bloody C, and no bloody D. And the computer don't even talk back. The computer's just like, program complete. Guess the password games. A jewel. A 1540 jewel. Never. How good am I at PvP? A long time ago I was good at PvP before the meta changed. I wouldn't really say I'm good at PvP at all at this point. Kyle's pretty good. Why don't you PvP Kyle? Kyle knows his stuff. Kyle, you here? JJ wants to PvP. He wants to PvP you, JJ. I mean, Kyle. Why the hell difficult are these dying so fast? Oh, sucky, now that hurt. Why you gonna be so rude? Hopefully got blessed aim. Oh no. I don't know. My problem with the new PvP is it's basically who can one-shot the other guy the fastest. I don't really enjoy that kind of PvP. I'm used to PvP from back in the day, and also from Lord of the Rings Online, where the battles could sometimes take 30 minutes. Like, if both players knew what they were doing, and like, you know, we're constantly keeping up with their heals and various other things, and eventually, like, if both players played correctly, you know, it could come down to like how many crits they got, or you know, like how many potions they had in their inventory or whatever. But like, the battles were epic, and they took a very long period of time. Even back in the day with Diablo 2, they were that way. But then, like, something changed, and everybody was just basically one-shotting everybody else. Like, it's basically who can one-shot the other person the fastest, and I don't really enjoy that kind of, PvP. If I wanted that kind of PvP, I would just play, all off battles in Counter-Strike Global Offensive, because it's literally just who can click on the other person the fastest, because everything's a one-shot. And by the in the rare situation that you don't get one-shot with the AWP and frickin' Counter-Strike, the next one kills you. I mean, you're not wrong, Twin-Tailed Comet. It's true. Open BattleNet PvP was always like that. It was always like who could one-shot the other person the fastest. But I mean, that's what you get when you have like enabled cheating and everybody just has like god gear and broken equipment. I remember the equipment was so broken in Open BattleNet that literally you couldn't even look at it. Like, you basically just had to use it and just like have faith that it was there, because if you opened up your inventory panel and actually looked at your own equipment, your character and your game just like crashed. Like, I remember pieces of equipment being so broken that you could open up a trade window with somebody and put the broken piece of equipment in the trade window, and it would cause the person looking at the item to crash. Bink, 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 bink. Ow. How do you do so much damage?
I can't carry
A
it.
superior back to Corbin. 6 socket superior back to Corbin. On F.
Death can save you from me.
Exclusively hardcore player. You have my admiration with that. I can't do exclusive hardcore. I don't have the chutzpah for it. or more accurately, I just don't have a life free of distractions. Like, it's just it. I am not the kind of person. Let me just say, I am not the kind of person who can, like, lose their temper and have it calm down relatively quickly. And there is nothing that makes my temper rise faster than something stupid like dying when I have no control over it in frickin' Diablo. I don't know why. It makes me angry. And I don't want to take that anger out on anybody around me. It's not their fault, and it's not my fault either. That's why I'm so angry. And I think that's what makes me angry the most, is literally when things are outside of my control, and bad things happen, and I have no way to prevent them. No way to prevent them. That's like the worst feeling, right? Like, you just like, you die because what was it? One time I happened while we were leveling up, and I was trying to work my way toward 99. We were doing Uber Diablos, and I was getting EXP off of Uber Diablos, and game just crashed, or like I think the connection to the server failed or something. I can't remember what it was. Logged back in, my character was dead, and I had lost like an entire day's worth of EXP. Actually, I think it set me back like 2 days or something. Like, all the EXP that I had gotten for like the past 2 days was gone. And I couldn't even retrieve my body, of course, because the game disconnected. And it was gone. You know, once you leave the game, that's it. You've lost your EXP. So I was just basically out like 2 whole days worth of effort for what? Because the server wanted to crash at an inopportune moment. And I can't imagine that happened to me when I'm on a freaking hardcore character. I'd probably lose it right here on stream. It'd be like, people would be clipping it. They'd be like, the day that Ginger Gaming Mentor's hair really turned red. Oh yeah, did you guys see that freaking clip of me getting annihilated by freaking glomes? Dude, I was playing my solo self-found Necromancer and I walked into the throne room. And literally right when I walked into the throne room, there was literally like 8 glomes on either side of the doorway. And as soon as I walked in, they all simultaneously fired their lightning at the door, and I freaking panicked and ran back through the door and barely survived. I mean, it was like split second like timing. If I was like even at like a millisecond late, I would have been dead. And they were just camping the door, and I had like no ability to get past this, and I valiantly tried anyway and failed, as I knew I was going to. But like, it was just insane, and I can't imagine that happening to me on like a hardcore character. Like, I just walk into the throne room and there's just like 16 glomes just sitting at the door that like annihilate me from existence. And I was talking about it earlier. I was like, or later in that video, I was like, you know, if my load time had been a fraction of a second slower, I would have just been dead loading in. There would have been no, hey, look, there's glomes. Hey, let me see if I can run away, or, you know, like panicked moment. No, I would have just loaded in dead, and that would have been the end of it. And as a hardcore character, like, that's got to be the worst feeling in the world. Like, not only that you didn't have a choice in your death, but like, you didn't even see your character die. Like, you literally just load in dead. You're just like, you click on the door, and literally by the time the load screen is over, your character's just laying on the floor, and you're just like, you can't save and exit while you're loading. Stygian Pike? I probably wouldn't make an infinity in that. What you're looking for is an ethereal 4-socket man catcher, or an ethereal 4-socket thresher, or an ethereal 4-socket giant thresher, or an ethereal 4-socket cryptic axe. You could also do an ethereal 4-socket ghost spear. I mean, it's the correct choice for this build, White Noise. There's really no, I wouldn't want to use an Act 2 Merc on this build. Here, Lord Daces. Move on with your day. What's the reason for not using Stygian Pike? I think it's like one of the worst bases. You know what? We'll have some fun and we'll take a look at the bases real quick. So let's look at the bases. So spears D2. Let's pull these up on the main screen so I can see them easier. And the Stygian Pike is max sockets 4. It has a speed of 0, which means it's relatively slow. Whereas the man catcher is a -20, so it's much faster than the Stygian Pike. The Ghost Spear is also a speed of 0, but it's higher damage. The Stygian Pike does have the advantage of being 4 sockets, so if you found an F1, you could Larzik it to 4 sockets if you wanted. And what's the average damage? So the average damage on the Stygian Pike is 86.5, and the average damage on the man catcher is 67. So what we have here is the Stygian Pike is a slower, harder hitting weapon. And the reason why you probably don't want to go with the Stygian Pike is that the Stygian Pike is slow. You really want a faster weapon so you can hit that higher breakpoint easier. One of the best things about Infinity is that it has a high amount of crushing blow on it, and that crushing blow is extremely useful for killing bosses and all sorts of other things. So your mercenary can actually be effective. The slower weapon is going to apply that crushing blow far less often, and it's going to be less useful on the mercenary. Granted, he will do more physical damage in return, but crushing blow is going to rip apart bosses, whereas it's going to do less on the Stygian Pike. I mean, you could try it in an F Stygian Pike and see how it works out, and let me know. I do think the man catcher is probably your better choice, but if you can't get your hands on one of those, I mean, do what you got to do. But we're not talking about like a spirit rune word. We're not talking about an ancient's pledge. We're not talking about a rhyme. We're talking about a very expensive rune word. Enigma and Infinity are both very expensive rune words, and it's best to hold out for a good base. Don't just put it in any base that you can get your hands on. That's silly. I'm actually planning on having a video on each individual weapon base, White Noise, but I do have a rather long, kind of lengthy video that goes over like all the rune word bases and kind of talks about why specific ones are maybe better or worse than others. It's about an hour long, and I'm pretty sure that I rant a whole lot during it, but it's got about 36,000 views and 660 likes, so it must be halfway decent. Otherwise, people wouldn't have watched it. It'll give you a better idea of what bases to use and what particular items and why. Although do keep in mind that that video was created before they updated some of the bases. So for instance, Infinity can be made in spears now, Insight can be made in bows, and so forth and so on. That was not around when I made that video, so do cut me a little bit of slack as I don't talk about those particular things. I mean, an Infinity is a big item, and I mean, unless you just want to rush it, it's probably best to make it in a good base, especially since if you make it in a good base later on, you can trade it off. If you make it in a poor base, people aren't going to really want it as much. There may also be some strength and dex requirement issues on the Stygian Pike. I didn't even look at that. Some weapons are difficult to equip onto mercenaries, like the Colossus Bulge has an extremely high strength requirement. And it's often very difficult to actually equip onto the mercenary. You actually usually have to put something like Andariel's Visage on them to beef up their strength so they can actually put it on. Your solo self-found. You may not find a 4-socket man catcher then. I mean, in a solo self-found scenario, you could hold on to that forever. Although there is also the other side of the coin, which is you may not ever have the runes to make another infinity again. So holding out for a better base might be the better idea. It really depends on what kind of character you're running. Is infinity going to make your character like a make or break character? Like, is it going to completely and utterly like change the way that your character works? Like, for instance, if you're a sorceress or a Javazon or something like that, it could completely like convert your character into a like overpowered, unstoppable killing machine. And in that case, you know, maybe making the Enigma and the Stygian Pike now might be the better choice, just to enhance your character's like ability. Solo self-found is an interesting consideration when it comes to an Enigma, because you're probably not going to farm the runes to make a second one. In fact, most people don't make two. I mean, well, you're solo self-found, so you can't really share items. I mean, that one's up to you. I give you the information, and you can make the choices on your own. A Horker Berserker? Horker Zerker Zerker Burka Burka Lurka Lurkin? A Horker Burka Lurka. Zerka Burka Lurka. I ran my entire solo self-found character, Twin-Tailed Comet, and only found a Mal rune and a Lem rune. From beginning to end, it was like 60 hours, or a little bit less than 60 hours, and all I found was a Mal rune and a Lem rune. Man, I was sucking on them frickin' drops. I ain't getting jack. Found plenty of low tier runes and stuff, of course, that I could use for, you know, low tier characters, but once you've made one, it's pretty easy to make more. I don't know about that. I mean, you guys have seen me run hours and not find anything, and then sometimes I'll find like a freaking Zod rune and a bunch of stupid stuff all at one time. This character's always been kind of insane with the drops. I don't know what's going on with him. That's the way this character works. Hey, watching YouTube while you're grinding. It's a time-honored tradition. I was grinding out some stuff the other day, and I was sitting there watching Hunter x Hunter on YouTube, or not YouTube, Netflix. Oh yeah, my Geeds video just went up, didn't it? Can't believe I hadn't made a video on Geeds yet. I feel like that was an oversight on my part. But, you know, good timing, I guess. What's up, buddy? So you guys want to hear something stupid? I was like, I was at work and I got this news about the like the Hammerdin Nerf and whatnot, and I had to rush home because I knew that I needed to make a video on it. Like, you know, it's, as a YouTuber, it's kind of important to be, you know, making videos on stuff on a quick time frame. But anyway, I made the video, and after I went back to work, which was pretty quick. I mean, I took my lunch break, and I'm sitting there at work, and I'm gonna stir the pot. And I just had like an evil, devious like grin on my face. I'm like, yeah, it's right, I'm gonna stir the pot. Like, I'm gonna make a video called Hammerdin Nerf QQ or something like that, with like little tear balls on it or something, and like get everybody in here upset about it. I'm like, yeah, let's go. It's like, I didn't do it. They can't be upset at me. Stir the pot, the fondue cheese pot. I know, I'm stupid. Hey, it works though. I had like almost 200 people in here earlier. All you people that showed up. Some people got upset. I knew it was going to happen. Rubbing the salt. That's right. Rub salt right into the wound. Just rub it right into the wound. Burn the wound. Salt in the wound. Salt in the wound. Who doesn't like a little salt in the wound? Circlets. +2 pally. Ooh, bonus attack rating based on character level. Energy, life, and min damage. I wonder how much attack rating that gives. I kind of want to like put it on and check. So 7,627 to 9,000. Wow, that's kind of sexy. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, yeah, the +2 skills is probably also having a little bit of an effect on the zeal attack rating, but not too much. Man, that 96% bonus attack rating is actually pretty nice. My thing is like, if you're a loyal viewer and you just now found out that I'm totally for nerfing Hammerdins, like, have you ever really actually been paying attention to me ever? Because I like say that all the time. Same thing about Grief, same thing about Enigma, like all of it. Like I don't particularly care for any of it, and I make that very apparent in like how I play my character, when I talk about things, the fact that I'm not using an Enigma pretty much at any point on pretty much any of my characters. Like, it's not something that I hide from you guys. I'm not keeping it a secret. If I watched paint dry fragment shader, I would literally just sing songs. I would sing songs. That's what I'm good at. I would sing songs. I would be singing songs the entire time while I'm watching the paint dry. Probably something about the paint drying. I'd be like, look at that paint on drying over there. We gonna do all really nice hair. Drippity drop, pippity plop. Look at that paint just drying to rot. Is it dry yet? Oh, it's not. I touched it and I got it on my finger. Oh no, it's not dry yet. Look at that paint drying over there. So I've told you guys this before a couple times on stream, but since Fragment Shader is here, I'm going to tell you guys again. So Fragment Shader is one of the websites that I am currently kind of like integrated with. If you check out Fragment Shader, a lot of the videos and like items have my videos embedded in them. There's also some pretty cool tools on Fragment Shader. I'm not sure if you guys have actually ever taken a look, but there's some pretty neat ones over there. Let me see if I can pull it up for you guys and show you on stream real quick, just for giggles. Let me see here. Bink, bink, bink. So this is Fragment Shadier. Speaking of which, I've got like a million more new videos that need to be integrated, sir. Like I'm literally posting probably like 20 or 30 of them within the next couple days. So work for you, sir. So anyway, Fragment Shader has all my items on it. There's also some pretty cool tools on here. So like, I don't know, if we were to search for something, like say, Undead Crown. So we go to the Undead Crown, and right there is my video on the Undead Crown. Pretty cool, huh? And we also got D2 Char Seafood is on here, which is a pretty cool little tool. I'm not sure if you guys have ever seen this one. This is a tool specifically for kind of like judging items based on their amazingness. So like, let's do an amulet real quick. So we're gonna take an amulet that I actually own, because why not? Let's take my Assassin's God amulet. Let me go find that real quick. Let me bring this over here. Bink. I'm gonna take my Assassin's God amulet and put it on there, and let's see whether or not my Assassin's God amulet is any good. Brink, 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 brink. So if you guys have never seen my Assassin's God amulet, it's like absolutely nutso in terms of stats. This is my Assassin's God amulet right here. +2 assassin, 9% increased chance of block, 21 strength, 60 mana, all resistances 14. DR4, MDR2. It's a nice little sexy little piece. Let's plug this into the into this program and let's see what we end up with. All right, so name Bloodwing. Required level is level 89. It is a crafted amulet. It is softcore. It is on ladder. It is America's. It is PC. We've got +2 assassin all. We've got resist all 14. We've got the increased chance of blocking, which is on here. I'm not even sure if that's even on this doojank over here. There it is. 9% increased chance of blocking. We also have the 21 strength. The 60 mana. And then we've got DR and MDR. So those are pretty simple ones. So we've got damage reduced by 2. What is it? 2? Oh, 4. And then we've got MDR2. All right, and then we're gonna submit. And as you can see here, it says that our item is a definitely keep. As you can see here, definitely keep. Very high on the list, 3.49 max sigma, whatever the hell that means. Haven't used this enough to know what all the little indicators do. Use cases, caster, and melee. As you can see here, it also rates each one of the modifiers. So for instance, my all-res 14 could have rolled 20 according to this. So it's average. So it's a relatively mediocre roll on the resistances. We also have the increased chance of block. It could have rolled 10. So it was a very high roll on the block, although 10 would have been perfect. Strength could have rolled 30, which would have been a little bit better, but it's still a nice high roll on the strength. We also got mana, could have rolled 90, so we did roll very high on the mana, but not perfect. Could have been 30 points. Our DR could have been 7, and our MDR could have been 3. So as you can see, that shows you kind of like what the rolls were and whether the rolls could have been a little bit better or a little bit worse. And basically just kind of like a god tier amulet, right? It's my little god tier amulet. Let's run the circlet on here real quick, just for fun. So we're going to go to the circlets. So what was that circlet that I just found? It was the +2 paladin with the crazy increased attack rating. Yeah, I got it right here. Okay, so the circlet is a eagle visage. That's right, the eagle visage. And it is required level 67. It's rare, softcore, ladder, America's PC. Number of skills 2, paladin all. And then we got a bunch of weird mods on it, right? So we got +4 minimum damage, which is weird. Not even sure where minimum damage is. There we go. Min damage 4. We also got the bonus to attack rating based on character level, which is actually kind of cool. Not really sure how to type that one in. I'm pretty sure it's 1% per level. Really not sure at all. Let's just put 1, I guess, and we'll figure that out eventually. We also have 29% enhanced defense, which is relatively low, but whatever. Teleport charges. I love teleport charges. Teleport charges. And then we had the energy and the life, so 19 energy. And 23 life. I'm not really sure how to put in the AR bonus. I think I'm just going to put in 99 because it's 1% per level. I think that sounds about right. It'll probably tell me if I'm wrong, though. This item is impossible. Max on rare circlet of bonus AR per level is 1. So it is 1. Max Sigma 0.05 decent item. So it's a decent item. Not a good item, but a decent item. And it tells us what could have rolled different. So our min damage could have been 10, which is a lot better than 4. Our bonus AR is the highest that it can be. That's, of course, perfect. Our enhanced defense rolled very low at only 29%. And the energy was 1 point off of perfect, and the life was very low because it could have been 60. So as you can see there, you can kind of like get an idea of like how much better it could have rolled, as opposed to, you know, just in general. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention to chat. I was just doing crap and looking at stuff. Where's my microphone? He's got another tool on here. I can't remember where it is. Maybe I think it's Rune Exchange or something. The one that like tells you like what the value of a rune is based on like exchanging runes based on other runes. Like Azad rune is 6.3 ists, 43.6 pulls, and so forth and so on. It's a pretty cool little tool too. If you want to like get like an idea of how much a rune might potentially trade for, or is kind of theoretically worth based on like the number of like transmutations and things like that. I'm not exactly sure how he came to the numbers, but I'm assuming that it probably has something to do with the transmutation process. You know, 2 of these equals that, and 2 more of these equals this, and so forth and so on. Of course, it gets a little hazy around like jaw runes and burr runes because people don't transmute burr and jaw runes. And they tend to have almost like an equivalent value. So like burrs and jaws tend to be sort of very similar in value. Zods and Chams, I'm sure, went up a bit with all the new rune words that they added. I was trying to talk him into creating a new tracker for the terror zones. I think a lot of people would be interested in a tracker, basically to like kind of give them a heads up of when specific zones hit the area. Like maybe, for instance, you would want to know when the cow level is hit, you know, on the terror zone tracker. So like having something that could potentially, you know, bump like notifications to you, maybe on Discord or on a website or something like that, or something that you could keep open in a tab to check and see what the terror zones are, so that you would know to like maybe whip out your Nintendo Switch and start doing some Uber cows or whatever, you know, is coming up at that particular time. You know, I think a terror zone tracker could definitely be a tool that people might want to like hang around with. Oh no, he has a time limit. He needs donations. That's what he needs. I doubt Blizzard is going to do it in-house. My tank-a-lank-a-lank-a-lank-a-lank-a-lank is on. Well, they didn't do a tracker for the Ubers either, the Uber Diablo either. So, and then one of the websites ended up making a tracker for the Uber Diablo, and everybody loved that. I mean, as long as the tracker is linking them back to the original site that created it, I don't really see anything wrong with it. Coming up with an API like that is something that gets you, you know, your recognition. It would be something that I would make a video on, for instance. People would know where your website is. But yeah, you know, it's notoriety. It's people understanding that, hey, you have cool tools, and then of course they're going to see your other tools like your Char Seafood and your Rune Exchanger and things like that, and eventually, you know, it all works out to your advantage. What's up, Plague Wolf? It's too bad you're a demon and you still take demon damage. Yep. Fuck. Ha, 32020. Let's go. Hey, this is an exciting time in my life. I've got a YouTube channel. I play games for a living. I make money at this. I love it. I even got my Ginger Toy Mentor channel is running. I got new t-shirts. All sorts of cool stuff. I don't even know. I got t-shirts. I'm so excited for my t-shirt to come to. I guarantee you, the first day my t-shirts get here, I'm going to be on stream, like, literally wearing my freaking hoodie or my t-shirt, and I'm just going to be over here like, that's right. Look at that. Probably sound effects just like that, too. And those are pretty accurate. I think those are pretty accurate to reality. Why do you have a t-shirt shop, Ginger Gaming Mentor? Nobody buys your t-shirts. I buy my t-shirts, okay? I buy my t-shirt. I wear my own t-shirts all over the place. Ooh, a superior mythical sword. Aw, it's only one socket. And it's non-ed. Hey, you guys like my invisible shirts, okay? Don't even lie. You guys like it when I wear my invisible shirts. I mean, I really do. Limnist, I really do. I hate to say it, but I didn't want to like sell you guys products, and I have sold a couple. I'm exaggerating when I say I don't sell any. I've sold a couple here and there, but like I wanted to check them and make sure they weren't garbage. Like I don't want to sell people garbage shirts with my face on it. Like I wouldn't use this as a dish rag. I was thinking about giving some away, actually. I don't know. I'm a little low on cash right now. I had to fix that stupid water pipe that broke, and then there was a bunch of other stupid things that I did, and then I decided to swap out the faucet because the faucet was leaking, and I got this faucet off of Amazon, and it had like the wrong connectors. I don't even understand. I'm gonna return it, by the way. But then I went to the store and bought another faucet, like to put in the place of the one that I couldn't attach because the connectors were all freaking janky as all get out. And you know, after everything was said and done, you know, I ended up spending way too much money, and I need to return this faucet and recoup some of my losses. And my paycheck comes tomorrow, and blah 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 blah. Basically, what I'm saying is, I may give away some shirts after I get my paycheck. Afterwards. I get so disenchanted, though, with giving away stuff on YouTube. You guys don't even know. It's so hard to give away things on YouTube. I could be giving away a house, and I swear, like, half the time nobody would want it. Like, it's the weirdest thing in the world. I don't understand. I literally will do a giveaway. People will enter the giveaway. The giveaway ends. I try and contact them to give them the item that they won, and it's like... It's like they just drop off the face of the planet. Like, just completely drop off the face of the planet. They enter the contest, and then they just never check their email again. They never respond to anything. It's as if they don't exist. Like, the men in black have come and just, like, used that, like, what is that little thing they call the neuralizer in Men in Black? They use the neuralizer on them, and then they're just, like, a brand new person from that day forward. And they just don't even know that I exist. And sometimes I'll have to, like, literally re-roll the same item, like, 4 or 5 times because nobody wants to respond to actually, like, get the item. I'm like, I want to give you money. Please do the thing and respond so I can give you money. Why? Like, if you're going to enter a contest, at least check your email every now and then to see if you won. Otherwise, how am I supposed to give it to you? There's actually one person right now that has not responded to their email. If you were listening, check your freaking email, because you have literally a prize waiting in your inbox, and all you have to do is check your email and respond to me, and I will send it to you. But you literally still have not responded, and it's upsetting because I want to give you free stuff and you don't listen to me. It's rude. I just want to give you things. Take it. I think the world has been so, like, desensitized to sweepstakes and giveaways and stuff like that nobody wants to enter them anymore because they always assume they're going to lose. And I tell people this when they enter my contest too. I'm like, you don't understand. I was like, I don't have that many people enter my contests. Like, I might have 2,000 or 3,000 people watch the video. And out of those 2,000 or 3,000 people, I might have 200 or 300 enter the contest. I'm like, this is not one of those contests where you enter and there's like 10 million people and the chances of you winning is like 1 in like 10 million, okay? It's not. Like, my contests are small, and the chances of you winning are actually pretty darn good, because it's not even that many people. I mean, I gave away $1,000 one time. $1,000. I legit gave it away and everything. The guy won. It was a puzzle contest, and everybody wanted that $1,000. And even then, it was a little difficult getting that money to the person that won it. Like, it was a whole rigmarole of like him trying to figure out like what service he was going to use for me to pay him, and then he was in a different country, and I was trying to figure out whether there were tax obligations, and it gets stupid. I just want to give you stuff. I sent it to him over PayPal. I don't think Diablo Immortal has died. I definitely wouldn't say that. There's definitely still people that play it, and there's enough people paying money into it that I don't think it's ever going to collapse. They're also going through seasons so fast. Somebody told me they were on like season 24 already, and I was like, holy crap, how fast are these seasons? Kind of blew my mind, like thinking about how quick these seasons were. Now, I've given away some pretty cool stuff, and sometimes it works out. I don't know if you guys saw my Arm of King Leoric that I gave away. Those of you who may be new to the channel, you might not have ever seen my Arm of King Leoric giveaway, but when I hit, I think it was 10,000 subscribers, I gave away a real Arm of King Leoric. It was absolutely awesome looking. I think it got delayed in customs because it literally looked like a real spine, and they had to, like... they had to make sure that it wasn't actually a real spine. I don't know if you guys have ever seen it, but let me see if I can pull up a picture of it. That's not it. That's my chinchilla shirt. But you know what? Here, gaze into the chinchillin. There you go. While I find the image of the spine. While I find the image of the spine, gaze into the magnificence of my creation. You pathetic bag of flesh and bone. You pant and moan as you run through my corridors. Where are you? Oh yeah, I gave away runes one time too. Those are the runes I gave away right there. He won. He's got his freaking Diablo swords. Diablo. Where the hell's my Armor King Lyric? Oh, do. I'm dying. Do. I can't find the Armor King Lyric. Really? Like, oh, there it is. Ha ha ha. Sexy. That was not correct. Dag blast it. I literally just found it and then accidentally hit cancel and it loaded back out. There we go. Look at his beautiful Arm of King Leoric. I got more pictures of it. Here's a side profile picture. It's pretty cool. It's not even bones. It's apparently like a mold that she created, and then she casts it and then makes it look like bones. It definitely does more resemble a spine than an arm. You're definitely correct. But that's what it looks like in the game. Which is the important part. Okay. Devil Bang the Mad. Sounds like a porno name. Starring Devil Bang. He was a devil, and he made a big bang. He came down and he let us know that he was not gonna take none of our crap. Devil Bang, the bad. Devil Bang, the mad. He's insane in the membrane, not gonna take any of your crap. Devil Bang. Come over here, outside of your fanaticism aura. I'm just here to fix the washing machine. That's terrible. That's terrible.
I am overburdened.
Whoa, 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 twin-tailed comment. It's one thing to make fun of porno names. It's another thing to start talking about the plot, okay? How many of those have you seen, sir? A ring? For me? I like a ring. It's a metal ring. That is a terrible ring. Oh, Lord, that is a terrible ring. That ring was so bad, it was really quite mad, and I didn't know what to do. So I avoided eye contact, and I ran straight home to you. I didn't want to play the games he had, and I didn't think he was that bad, but oh my dear Lord Jesus, I ran away. Judgy, 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 make judge your son. That ring was just terrible, yeah. Oh, judgy, 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 make a judge your son. I don't know what to do at all. Judgy, 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 make a judge your son. Na, na, mostly Greek Trojan, mostly lots of crying. We talked, I think, for like 3 hours. It's been 4 hours, almost 5 now. But yeah, mostly. I really want to. I want to see like some changes for rare armors. It's really sad. It's really sad when you when you find like a really nice rare armor, especially if it's something like a frickin' sacred armor or something, or like an Archon plate, and you just know it's not going to be any good. I did a puzzle game. I dropped an item on the ground and did a puzzle game. It was cool. I made a password and then told everybody what the password was by giving them a puzzle, and the first person to figure it out was the one who got the rune. Simple as that. Oh, yummy, 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 gosh, I run on my tummy. Yeah, I dropped it on purpose. It was a puzzle game. Didn't get stolen. Yeah, there was a couple people in here who were really salty about the Hammerdin getting any kind of nerf whatsoever. Like, it was quite amazing. Like, we don't exactly know what level of nerf is going to happen. Like, I feel like this is the most important thing here that a lot of people are kind of like overreacting about, is we don't know if it's going to be a tiny nerf. We don't know if it's going to be a big nerf. We don't know if it's going to be like a medium-sized nerf, or whether the champion, captain, vice president of the nerf company is going to come down and just like stomp directly on top of it. Like, we don't know what it's going to be. But people are like, even at the idea of like the tiniest little change, which would make things just a tiny bit more difficult for the Hammerdin, that already has it like so ridiculously easy, they're like losing their absolutely loving minds about like the tiniest of changes. Like, don't you dare take 1 point of damage away from my character ever. Like, we were literally testing out the Hammerdin with no concentration aura, and he literally still did, like, pretty much fine. That's the sad thing. Like, even with no concentration aura, he was still demolishing players 1 hell difficulty by himself. And the Paladin can get 75% block so easy. Anybody who tells me a Hammerdin is squishy is a freaking bald-faced liar. The Hammerdin can have level 20 Holy Shield relatively easily and 75% chance to block with absolute ease. And the shield makes it insanely easy to rock maximum resistances. Because all you got to do is find a 45 all-res shield and make a spirit in it. And you've got like an insanely high resistance shield, and most, if not all, of your resistance and frickin' like damage mitigation problems are solved literally right there, to the point where you can literally just stand in people's faces and laugh at them. I didn't even think the nerf to Firewall was really that big of a deal. It was, I mean, it was OP. It was broken. And that's why everybody was using it, because it was broken. But when they quote unquote nerfed it, it was still honestly fine, and it cleared content at an acceptable pace. But it wasn't broken OP anymore, and I think that's why people abandoned ship on it. Like, it has to be broken OP, otherwise we're not going to abuse the crap out of it. Called you a bold-faced liar, Randy. I did no such thing. I did no such thing. Gorebeak the Axe. Amazing names. Do I think they should nerf teleport? Yeah, pretty much. I think teleport should just be removed from the game entirely, Richard. I can give you precedent, like as if we were in a case, like a court case. You want some precedent? I'll give you precedent. So when Blizzard was coming out with their new expansion for World of Warcraft, they realized that people were just skipping the majority of the game. They spent thousands and thousands of man hours into building this expansion and making literally this game, you know, around all these really cool things that you could do, right? And people were just flying over it with the flying mounts. They weren't experiencing any of it. They weren't going through the carefully crafted zones. They weren't killing the carefully placed monsters. They weren't experiencing anything that the developers had intended them to experience. And so they decided, and very rightfully so, to restrict flying mounts in those zones, to force the players to go experience the thing that they had literally created a very long period of time to make. Like, could you imagine if you spent like years and years painting paintings and you put them in an art show and people show up to your art show and they walk in this side door and then they just like go all the way through to the back. They don't look at any of your paintings that you created and worked so hard on your entire life. And they just walk through this little side passage and they just leave out the back door. And they don't even bother to like even see what you created, let alone enjoy what you created. And that's basically what was happening in World of Warcraft, was people were just completely bypassing and ignoring everything that they had worked so hard on. So yes, they took the time to basically make it so that the people had to actually walk through the terrain and see what the hell that they had created. And it was a good idea. Like, and honestly, there was kickback from it. Yes, there was kickback from it. There were people who wanted to skip everything. They didn't want to experience anything. They didn't want to see anything. They just wanted to skip around the map and you know, do their little quests and log out or whatever. But they didn't want to actually like play the game, and that's fine. They didn't care about those people that complained. They just banned the flying mounts anyway, and people had to actually ride around on their land mounts and look at stuff and talk to NPCs and actually initiate in the game. And it would be no different if you took teleport out of this game. The only character it would really hurt is the sorceress, because the sorceress kind of depends on teleport. But if you took it out of this game, the only real negative impact it would have is it would make people actually take time and enjoy the game and have fun playing. Like, that's literally just about it. You would actually take time and enjoy the game and have fun playing. I do it on a regular basis. I do these walks where literally I will play like from the beginning all the way to the end, no rushing. We will just walk from literally the beginning of the game to the end. They're called new character days. If you guys have never joined me on a new character day, it's really simple stuff. Everybody makes a new character. We throw items on the ground. Everybody picks up what they want. We literally level up our characters from the beginning, from scratch, all the way to the end. It usually takes us 2 to 3 days to get to like level 85 plus. And by the time we have our characters like fully decked out, the new character like days are over. And anybody's welcome to join my new character days. The only rule that I have is that we're not skipping anything. We're walking the entire game. And a lot of people have trouble with that. Like, it's amazing how many people come in, they don't understand the concept of we're walking. They're trying to teleport ahead. They're trying to put portals up at waypoints. They're trying to kill bosses for you and grab the staff and the amulet for you and do all this stuff. And we're like, stop. We're trying to play the game, buddy. Like, we're trying to actually play the game. Like, just calm it down. We're trying to play. And I have so many people come into chat on a regular basis, and they say the same thing every single time. It's amazing. You know what they tell me? They tell me that they rushed to the end. They got their Enigma. They got their their Infinity. They decked out their character, and now they're bored and they don't have anything to do. And I'm like, so why do you rush so fast to get to the place that you're bored at? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. If you're bored at the end of the game, why are you rushing so fast to get there to the end of the game? Like, take a little time and just play your characters and have fun. Like, you don't need to rush all the way to the end. Like, the end will come relatively quickly. It's not even that difficult to get there. Like, we get there in 3 days. Like, that's how much time it takes us to get from level 1 noob with no equipment to level 85 plus fully decked out. Is usually 3 days. And that is absolutely nothing. But in that time period, we actually enjoy playing our characters. That's the fun of it. Any trap assassin want a teleport amulet? I mean, it's not exactly a super great teleport amulet, but it's +1 traps, dual res with tele. Could come in handy if you wanted to specifically do a little bit of teleporting. Bink, bink, bink. Let's do some more transmutations. Maybe I'll hit something amazing. We'll drop that teleport amulet on the ground if anybody wants a tele-ammy. Not that specifically it's the most great, amazing teleport amulet in all existence and time or anything, but it is a tele-ammy, and tele-ammies are a lot more useful than tele-staves in general. +2 Elemental Druid, 9 block, 5% bonus to attack rating, all resistances 3, and fire 30. Not exactly the most amazing amulet, but not like super god-awful terrible. I don't think anybody is going to use it though. Unless we got any Ellie Druids in the house that want an Elemental Druid amulet. That one's awful. When League starts, you mean ladder? +1 to Assassin, 2% chance of block, 16 lightning, 25 poison. Meh, not really that great. Bink. Elemental Druid is always breaking wind. I think you have reached a level of dad jokes that few have ever reached. Congratulations on your amazing dad joke. It is quite outstanding. Impressive. Very impressive. Of course he's playing another game. He literally did the horrible level 99 grind with the Hammerdin. He probably burned himself out. Ooh. +1 Druid, unfortunately. 2% block, so pretty low. 25 strength, though. Like, holy crap, that's a lot of strength. The other stats aren't really worth using, unfortunately. We got Cyclops is here again. What's up, Cyclops? Level's a little bit high for a +1 amulet. I think we're going to dump that. It's 85 for a +1 amulet. It's a little high. Have we already killed Dujank Buttface? I can't even remember if we killed Dujank Buttface yet. I'm gonna say yes. Dujank Buttface has been killed. Moving on to Dujank Buttface number 6. A Soj for a low. I'm not really sure what Sojas are running for these days. On non-ladder? Yeah, that's probably worth it. Are you trading the Soj, or is he trading the Soj? Brock Sampson. I've been trying to, like, in my head every now and then I will like try to think up a character, like a build that I've never built before, and one that I'm so torn on because I can't really think of a good way to build this character is an Amazon who uses fire arrow and cold arrow. I can't think of a good way to build the character. Like, I feel like they're just inferior skills in general, and maybe there is no good way to build them, but fire arrow and cold arrow are basically just like Berserk. I don't know if you guys have ever played around with fire arrow or cold arrow, but they're a conversion skill. So they work very similarly to the way that Berserk does, but instead of converting to magic damage, they convert to fire and cold. And basically what they rely on is an extremely high physical damage build. So you need like extremely high physical damage to convert to the cold damage or to the fire damage. And for the life of me, I've been trying to like come up with some kind of build that revolves around these two skills. Because I kind of feel like you would have to build both since it's elemental. They recently, you know, buffed them up. They changed the mana cost on them, which was always insane. And the mana cost was one of the biggest issues on those skills because you just ran out of mana like crazy. One of the biggest issues with those skills is they convert your physical damage into elemental damage, so you don't really necessarily have very much mana to actually work with when you steal, because all your physical damage is being converted and you can't steal mana with non-physical damage. So it's kind of a similar situation that Berserk is in, where Berserk converts all the physical damage to elemental magical, and so then you're stuck in a position where you can't lifesteal. Which does cause problems with Berserk. So it would have to be a really interesting build. Hey, look, a man catcher. What do we got here? Non-Eth 2 socket. Got a Hellcast. Not a very good crossbow for a high-level character. Whee! What's up, Michael? How's it going, man? We've been talking about Hammerdin most of the day, and then also some other stuff about the game, too. Just having some fun. I never did hop into Discord, but it's a little late for that. It's like 1 o'clock. I worked night shift last night, though. I'm going to be up all night regardless. I think I might go get myself something to eat, though. I'm kind of starving. Hellforge blade. I want to see the Hellforge blade. Yeah. I'm going to be able to see the Hellforge blade now. I don't know what to do now. What's this blade now? 5-socket phase blade. Anybody want to make a grief? A grief, anybody? A grief? Agree with him. Mr. Nee, he's doing good, and Kubus is over here sleeping like a log, a bump on a log. Kubus a boobus. You're gonna have to level up another character anyway for the ladder. If you're gonna be playing ladder, you're gonna level up a new character anyway. What's the difference? What's the beef? Do I have a merch t-shirt or a coffee cup? Of course I do, Michael. I have a brand new t-shirt that I just came up with on my Shopify store. If you go to www.ggmentor.com, that's right, I got my own website address. You will see my brand new awesome design, my Diablo Chinchilla shirt. It looks like this. Chinchillin' with Mr. GG Mentor. That's right. It's got a chinchilla on it. It's got a Diablo on it. It's got flames. I mean, what is not to like about this shirt? What is not to like about this shirt? I mean, Mr. NiNi is looking fluffy. He's looking great. He's looking amazing. And I also have hoodies. It's got hoodies, t-shirts. There's some stickers, too, if you want some stickers. I was actually thinking about adding, like, a coffee cup or something. That sounds like a cool idea. But it also changes colors depending on the design that you choose. So if you choose, like, the black color, it looks really cool. It has, like, a whole bunch of different... let's see if I can bring it up real quick so I can show you the different color designs. I was actually, like, totally... enthralled with like the color design choices. Let me see if I can bring this up in a way that doesn't look doofy. I want to bring it up so you guys can actually see the picture. Hold on. So this is what it looks like in the black. See, that changes the design almost entirely when it goes into this color. And then I also have the green. It changes the design again. And then we've got the kind of like the gray color. And the blue, all of which look really cool in my opinion. Like each one of them has like a different kind of a feel to it. I feel like the black one really looks really interesting. And the green one doesn't look too bad either. Honestly, they're all just really cool the way that it has like that transparent look to them. And there is some stickers too if you want a sticker to put on your your laptop or something. I've got a couple different stickers on here. This is my I got the GG Mentor Chinchilla sticker. I also got the GG Chinchilla, and then I just like kind of like the standard one on there. I actually ordered the black hoodie for myself and the gray t-shirt. I wanted to have both of them. They're all, honestly, they're all really cool looking. And I think I'm going to have fun with all of them. Not sure where I'm going to put my sticker. Ooh, some gauntlets. I may actually have some more designs coming. I just need to like think about them in my head. I've been trying to come up with some interesting like design ideas, and probably gonna pay this guy to come up with I know what I want, and this guy can make it happen. So I'm basically just paying him to do the designs. As you can see, he clearly nailed the first design that I sent him. Gave him some options and some various criteria, and he blew it out of the park. So we'll see how we do the next one. Well, internet is a difficulty. That's for sure. At least you can come on here and chat with us. Yes, it does come on a hoodie, Randy. The hoodie, I think that was, wasn't that one I was showing you guys was the hoodie? There's a hoodie design and there's a t-shirt design, so there's both. great topic. I got an email the other day that Cox is apparently offering a mobile phone service. And apparently they're pushing it pretty hard too, trying to get people to sign up. I only know about having my phone service with, like, bundled with Cox. They already overcharge me for everything. I don't really know. I want them to overcharge me for my phone bill as well. Honestly, Hell Countess is better off walked, Legend. A lot of the monsters on the way to Countess will drop, honestly, better runes than she does. I can't count how many times I've found, like, Vexes, Mals, and all sorts of other crazy runes farming the ghosts on the way to the Hell Countess. Like, I have less luck with the Hell Countess than I do with the monsters on the way to her. I think it's like the, we also had an Ohm rune, the cursed Ohm rune, that's right. We had a cursed Ohm rune drop from one of the ghosts on the way to Countess as well. The cursed Ohm rune. Who hasn't heard the cursed Ohm rune story, though? I mean, really. I'm not going to tell the cursed Ohm rune story again unless somebody hasn't heard the story. If somebody hasn't heard the story, I totally want to tell the story. If somebody hasn't heard the story, speak up. Then I'll retell the story, but not until then. Kyle hasn't heard the cursed Ohm rune story? What? He hasn't heard the cursed Ohm rune story. Well, I'll have to tell it then. Obviously. So this was early on in Diablo 2 Resurrected. This was before the ladder hits, and we were basically just running through. We were running through the Countess. We were running Countess for specific reasons. I can't remember. Just trying to find runes, I suppose. It was really early on in the ladder, so everybody was kind of like hoping for anything to drop, and it was a kinship run. So we had it was like 6 people in there who were all within our kinship, our clan, essentially. And we were all sharing whatever dropped on the ground. So, if a paladin item, it went to the paladins. If the necromancer item dropped, it went to the necromancers, and so forth and so on. And we had no real restrictions on, like hoarding items. We were trying to share with everybody. So I'm in the Countess tower going toward the Countess because I'm trying to farm the Countess. And I'm literally killing like a ghost pack or something like that, and an Ohm rune drops. Well, there was one person in the game who wasn't part of the kinship. He was just a viewer, just somebody who was with us, who wanted to join us, and he figured out the game name and the password or whatever. I don't really remember whether I posted it or not. I don't think I posted it. So anyway, the Ohm rune drops, and everybody just kind of like stares and gawks at it because we're like, yay, an Ohm rune. And as a group, nobody's like super excited to like rush in there and like swoop up the Ohm rune or anything. Because, we're a group, so we're sharing everything. But the guy who wasn't part of the group swoops in and grabs the Ohm rune as soon as it falls, despite the fact that he didn't even kill anything. He was just, like, standing there watching us. And so he takes the Ohm rune for himself. And he feels extremely guilty about stealing the Ohm rune. Because he understands that basically what he did was wrong. He knows what he did was wrong. But he doesn't want to give the Ohm rune up. And so he starts making a big deal about it, and he starts talking about, like, rolling for the Ohm rune, or like we'll split it or something, or like well, I'll give you like half an Ohm rune and you guys can take that and I'll take the other half, and like somebody had dropped $1,000 bill on the ground and he like stole it, but he wanted to like give back half of what he stole. Like, it was the stupidest thing in the world. And I was already done with it. I didn't care because I knew we were going to get more Ohm runes. We were going to get more Jaw runes. We were going to get more Burr runes. We didn't care. So I literally told him to keep it. I'm like, you just keep the Ohm rune, all right? I was like, nobody really cares all that much. It's not really that big of a deal. But he felt extremely guilty about the entire thing. Like, he had stolen it, and he was gonna, and we were making him feel bad because he stole it, and blah blah blah. Nobody made him feel bad because we didn't care. And so he dropped it on the ground, and he's like, well, I don't want it anymore. He goes, you guys are making me feel bad because I took the Ohm rune, and I'm like, dude, it's your Ohm rune. And he's like, well, I'm not taking it. And I'm like, well, if you don't take it, I'm gonna sell it to the NPC. And I picked it up after he left, and I'm like, if you don't come back and get this Ohm rune, I'm telling you, I'm selling it to the NPC. And literally, like, a minute later, he's like, well, I'm not coming back. So I walked straight over to the gamble window, and I sold it to the NPC right there on live stream. And that was the cursed Ohm rune that we found from Countess. And I did that because I wanted to demonstrate that we didn't care about the Ohm rune. Like, there was no, like, what's the term? There was no greed in our hearts with that item. Like, it was us working toward a goal, and everybody was sharing the items, and we didn't care that he took the rune, and it was really just kind of all in his own mind. All he had to do was keep the rune and shut his mouth, but he didn't want to. And I wasn't going to take the rune back either, because that would have demonstrated greed on my part. So, right to the NPC it went. That was a completely different person, and that person was extremely greedy. That person, honestly, was one of the worst members I think I've ever had in a group. And I think I knew it from the very beginning, honestly, but it just... I never really, like, wanted to believe that a person could be that terrible. Like... I see the best in people. I don't see the worst in people, and maybe that's a fault. But I'm also going to let you know this. Once you prove to me that I can't trust you, like, that's it. Like, I may be gullible in the beginning, but the moment that you prove to me that I can't trust you, you're gone. Like, that's it. You're gone. I don't give second chances like that. It's like, oh, look, you did something terrible, and I gave you every opportunity to fix that terrible thing that you did, and you decided not to. And now you're asking for a second chance, and the answer is no. I don't think I've unbanned, like, almost anybody from my YouTube channel either. Like once I ban you, like, that's pretty much it. I don't even look back. I'm just like, alright, goodbye. How much is an Ohm rune worth anyway? Like 10K? Well, I mean, the stupid thing is we're playing a video game. Like, do you ever remember watching that movie a long time ago, where the guy cheats at a game of poker that is like for pretzels and peanuts? Like, they're literally playing for pretzels and peanuts. It's not even a like a for money game, and the guy is cheating. Like, he's literally cheating the entire time. Like, you know, pulling cards out of his boot and all sorts of other stuff. And the guy pulls him outside because he knows that he's cheating, and he basically tells him he's like you're not even cheating for a purpose. He goes, you're just cheating like a child. This kid is like 12 years old, and you're literally cheating against a 12-year-old. I'm like, and he's like, you're not the kind of person that we want around. It's like you can't even like play fairly against a kid. Like, what chance in hell would we ever have of you doing the right thing when the chips are down, when people are actually, you know, like relying on you for something? And it kind of hit home to me because I'm like, we're playing a game. Like, is it really that serious that you kind of like betray people? Like, just be an absolute douche, like, on stream for everybody to see? Like, we're playing a video game. It's not even for real. It's not even for keeps. It's not the video game Olympics. That would be a pretty cool idea, by the way. Video game Olympics. That sounds kind of fun. The video game Olympics. Yes, excellent. Now, we had a really fun first season. We had a Burr Rune drop. We turned it into a Chains of Honor early on and raffled that off to the kinship. We had quite a few Hotos and CTAs and things like that get raffled off to the kinship. We had a perfect Assassin Torch, which got raffled off to one of our kinship members, which was pretty darn cool. We also had a perfect Necromancer Torch that got raffled off to one of our kinship Necromancers. I mean, quite honestly, we've been pretty lucky on the first season. And before too long, everybody was decked out in all sorts of awesome regalia and pretty much everything they could have ever wanted. I mean, it didn't take very long. I mean, we had some people that didn't really, like, obey the laws and they got banned, but for the most part, it was a pretty successful season. We did have one absolutely crazy person who decided that they were going to mooch off of everyone until level 90, which was kind of insane. And they basically just G-rushed all their characters up, and then once they G-rushed them up, they continued to mooch off of everyone until they were literally level 90. They refused to put any points in or wear any equipment that actually made them useful as a character. And that person ended up getting banned from the kinship, specifically because not only did they do this mooching behavior, but when they were essentially caught, because they literally told me about it, they were completely unapologetic about any of it. Like, they were just like, well, this is just the way that I play my character. I just mooch off of everyone until I'm level 90. And then once I hit level 90, then I put my points in, and then I go do my quests, and then I put on some equipment to make my character useful, and only once I hit level 90. And I'm like, well, you can do it somewhere else. I'm like, you can do it somewhere else. I remember I used an analogy for this guy. I was talking to him and I used this analogy. I'm like, some of the things that you're basically not doing because you want to wait till level 90 to actually play your character. Some of the things that you're not doing is essentially like the equivalent of your house is burning down. There's a fire extinguisher sitting right there, and you could easily save your house, and you're choosing not to. He literally, we were talking about, like, not even just like hell quests or nightmare quests. We're talking about like the normal difficulty, like skill points, you know, like Den of Evil, Iswal, you know, Radamant, or the normal difficulty resistance quest, like the +10 all res, or the normal difficulty +5 stat points. Like the quests that are so easy that literally once you hit like level 50, you can literally like put on like crap from, you know, like the shops. You could literally just go to the shops and buy gear from the shops, and you could literally clear those zones with ease. You could probably punch your way there once you get to a certain level. And they're so easy that literally it's just like bending over and picking up a piece of candy. That's how easy they are. And he's basically said he would not do even the easiest of quests or put in any points to basically make his journey easier. Like, he was playing in Amazon during the time when he kind of like confessed all his sins, so to speak. And he was playing in Amazon and he didn't have any points in any of the dodges, avoids, or evades. No points in dodge, no point in evade, no point in avoidance. And he was like dying over and over again. He was like level 85 and he was dying over and over again. And we couldn't figure out why the hell he was dying. He's a freaking Amazon. Amazons, once they have their dodge, avoidance, evades up, and they've got decent resistances, like, they're pretty hard to kill unless they get stuck inside of a group of monsters. And but no, he's just like dying left and right. And so we started to inquire like why he was dying so much, which is, you know, like a natural reaction when someone dies like 8 times in a game and they're level 85 and they should be able to stand on their own 2 feet. And then, you know, we come to find out that the reason why he couldn't stand on his own 2 feet was because he like deliberately made it that way. He deliberately engineered his character to basically be useless all the way up until level 90. And it was just so bad. It was so bad. It's hard to explain. Like, you'd have to go back and watch the live stream and listen to him. Like, I think he might have been a little insane. Little insane in the membrane. Insane in the brain. Insane in the membrane. Insane in the brain. And, you know, I know that no matter where I go, no matter what I do, I'm always going to run into people like that. So I'm not insane or anything. I'm not crazy, but like, you never expect it, you know? You never expect to hit that crazy wall. I mean, you guys know what I'm talking about. Everything is going ordinary. Everything is going fine. Maybe you're dating a girl. Maybe you're having fun with a friend. Maybe you're, you know, like you're talking to somebody's mom or something, and like somebody flips a switch and they just go like full batshit crazy on you, and you're just like standing there like awestruck, like, because you don't even know what the hell just happened. Like, you pressed a button, like the fireworks button or something, on their soul. The fireworks button of their soul. Don't press the fireworks buttons of people's souls. If it's a psychotic break. You guys ever see that Sliders episode where John Rhys Davies had a psychotic break and they took him to like this crazy farm, and it was like the coolest thing I'd ever seen. They went to this planet, they slid to this alternate dimension. My bad. I was talking like I was watching Star Trek for a second there. They slid to this alternate dimension. In this alternate dimension, people had like an average work day of like 12 hours a day. Like, that was like the average work time. Everybody worked like 12 hours a day. There were no days off. And many people worked for more than 12 hours a day. And in this world, people would have these like psychotic breaks where they'd worked so much and so long that their mind would fracture. And instead of like giving these people some time off, they instead had this entire, like, giant acting set, like from like the days of like Sherlock Holmes, and basically they would take this person who had a fractured mind from working too much, and they would put them in the role of the detective in the story. And everybody who was in this place was an actor who was working. Essentially, that was their job, was to act in this role. And the goal of this was to unfracture the person's mind. So the person would essentially act out the entire story, and by the end of the story of acting out essentially as this person, they would be themselves again. And John Rhys Davy, of course, doesn't know what's going on the entire time. He's just kind of like insane. And the other people are trying to figure out what the hell's going on. They realize that they're inside of like a giant movie set. Kind of reminds me of that. What was that? What was that movie, The Truman Show or whatever? The one where the guy was inside the giant bubble the entire time, and he was raised from a baby inside there. Kind of like that, like a big giant bubble, basically, where they just like pretend it's actually like 1900s London. It was a really cool episode of Sliders. I love Sliders, by the way. It really went downhill after the main character left, but John Rhys Davies is great. Always loved him as an actor. And, you know, he went on to do Gimli. You guys got to know who Gimli is, right? John Rhys Davies is the person who did Gimli as well. Oh yeah, speaking of which, have you guys seen the new Lord of the Rings Ring of Power show? There's that. They got 2 episodes out so far. The Lord of the Rings Ring of Power. Are the Rings of Power? I've seen both episodes twice, by the way, so I've really kind of dug into it. Does anybody want to talk about some Lord of the Rings? So for those of you who have watched the show, who do you think the mystery meteor man is? I don't think it's Gandalf, by the way. Judging by the lore, I don't think it can be Gandalf. I have a hunch that it's Saruman, because Saruman was one of the first Maiar that made it to Middle-earth. Gandalf didn't arrive until much later. He didn't arrive until the Third Age, so I don't think it can be Gandalf. I'm pretty sure about that. The Blue Wizards is also an option. The Blue Wizards came before the Maiar, the Council. I think that's what it's called, the Council. Isn't the Radagast the Brown? I can't remember all their names, and I think there's one I'm missing. The Council. The White Council? Is that what it is? The White Council? Saruman the White, yes. Gandalf the Grey, obviously. Radagast the Brown. I thought there was one more mage. I thought there was 4, not 3. Am I completely, like, just misremembering? Oh, there's 5, not 4. Okay, so let's go over which ones there are. So it's Saruman the White, Gandalf the Grey, Radagast the Brown, Alatar, and Palando, the Blue Wizards, known as Ithrin, Luin, and Orome. So we got the 3, which is the ones that we know: Saruman the White, Gandalf the Grey, and Radagast the Brown. And then there's also, of course, the 2 Blue Wizards, which are Alatar and Palando. It could be one of the Blue Wizards. It could be. I'm thinking it's probably either Radagast the Brown or Saruman the White. Because I know for a fact that Gandalf came last, and I don't think it's him. Gandalf didn't show up, like I said, until the Third Age, and we're still in the Second Age. Celebrimbor hasn't even made the rings yet, the 3 rings. One of the 3 rings is actually on Gandalf's finger, by the way, the Ring of Fire. I can't remember the name of it right off the top of my head. The one that Gandalf uses is one of the ones that Celebrimbor made. It is called... God bless it. What the hell was it called? Narya. Narya? I can't know how to pronounce that. Narya. So, Celebrimbor makes 3 rings. I don't know if you guys know this. If you guys don't want spoilers, feel free to click off the video. I don't want to ruin you guys for Lord of the Rings. But if you want spoilers and you're interested in the story, I know more about the story than probably most people ever should. And I can tell you what's going to happen, but not exactly, because of course they may take creative license on the story. So if you're interested in learning, like I said, stick around. If you don't want to learn what the story is for the Lord of the Rings, then click off the video now. There's your warning. All right. So what happened in Lord of the Rings is basically Celebrimbor makes the giant forge, the best forge that's ever been made, the Elven Forge. Sauron is alive, as Galadriel had expected, and in the TV show, Galadriel is currently hunting for Sauron. Unbeknownst to her, Sauron is not a being of flesh. Sauron is a spiritual being, and he has the ability to change his shape at will. A lot of people don't know this about Sauron because Sauron, in his later days, lost his ability to transform into other shapes later on in his lifespan. So it wasn't until I believe it was the Third Age is when he lost his ability to transform, and that was when he got destroyed. He got destroyed by the armies, the free armies of the men and elves. So he could be anything. And that's one of the things that Galadriel doesn't know, is that he literally can be a bat, he could be a cat, he could be a human, he could be a dwarf, he can be an elf. And Sauron's ability to shapeshift is one of his most powerful abilities because he literally uses it to fool the elves. So Sauron is going to fool the elves into making the rings. And he does this by coming as, I believe he has a very specific name, but he's also known as the Gift Giver. What's his name? I'm trying to remember the name that he uses to fool the elves with. The Lord of Gifts. That's his name. The Lord of Gifts. His name is Anatar. So he turns himself into an elf. He shapeshifts into an elf, as I'm talking about. He has the ability to shapeshift. So he becomes an elf known as Anatar, a very old and very wise elf, and he comes with knowledge. Sauron has an amazing amount of knowledge. He has knowledge of crafting items. He has more knowledge than probably most elves do, and he also learned a fair bit from Morgoth as well, which knew things that most people shouldn't. He's also insanely old. Sauron is a Maiar, so he's been alive for thousands of years. So when he comes to the elves and he offers to teach them things, he has real and valuable things to teach the elves, things that they have never known or never would know without his knowledge. And he uses this to trick the elves of Eregion and Celebrimbor. Now, Celebrimbor is the smith that we see in the show. And he is seeking to create an item of power. That he says that. This is before Anatar ever shows up. And Anatar is, playing on this because he realizes that Celebrimbor wants to create something that is not just beautiful, but is also, you know, powerful. And this is basically how Sauron does things. He uses the will of somebody against them. In this case, he uses Celebrimbor's will to create an item of great importance against him. Now, what happens is Sauron creates the rings and teaches Celebrimbor how to create the rings also. Celebrimbor creates 3 rings on his own, unbeknownst to Sauron. These are Celebrimbor's greatest works, and they actually do save the entire Middle-earth. One of them is the ring that I talked about earlier that Gandalf obtains. That one is known as Nariah, I think is how you pronounce it, Nariah. He also creates 2 more rings, and one of them goes to Galadriel, who is in this show, and the third one goes to Elrond, who is also in this show. So the only one that's missing is Gandalf. Gandalf doesn't get his ring till much later. But the 3 rings have very special powers. Elrond's ring has the ability to heal. It also has the ability to obscure from sight, which is what he uses it for to create... I can't remember the name of his place all of a sudden. Got all these crazy names in my head. Rivendell, he uses it to create Rivendell. Galadriel's is even more powerful and has the ability to completely obscure something from sight entirely. And that's one of the reasons why Lothlorien exists. She uses the ring to obscure Lothlorien from her enemies. It also has the power of water, which explains how she's able to use the water to see into the future. So the ring that Galadriel has is the power to obscure and water. I also forgot to mention that Elrond's ring is the power to the power of wind, which he demonstrates with the. You remember when the Nazgul are crossing the river and he makes the freaking horses come across? He was using the power of wind to make that happen, and he used the ring. Now Gandalf's ring is the ring of fire. And Gandalf's ring is probably the most powerful of the 3 because his has an ability that the others don't. That is literally the actual saving grace of Middle-earth. Gandalf's has the power of hope. It has the power to help people see the hope in something even when it is at its darkest. So when all hope is lost, essentially, this ring helps somebody see that there could possibly be a way out of the darkness. And Gandalf uses it on a regular basis to convince the people of Middle-earth that, you know, there is a chance. He uses it to convince the King of Rohan. He uses it to convince everybody. It fails on occasion when things are just too grim. For instance, he failed with... what was his name? Boromir's father, the Steward of Gondor. He failed with the Steward of Gondor. The Steward was already under the thrall of, essentially, you know, Sauron, because he kept looking in the Palantir, and every time he looked into the Palantir, he got a little bit more under Sauron's control. And so the ring couldn't help him. Denethor was his name. The ring couldn't help Denethor out of that. It was too much for even the ring of hope, basically. Gandalf also uses the fire ring when he fights the Balrog. That's when you hear him say the famous words, you know, "Flame of Odin shall not avail you. I serve the secret fire," which is basically kind of like an admission that, number one, he knows who the Balrog is, and number two, that he has control over the flame, and that the Balrog's flame isn't going to touch him. And the ring is part of the reason why that occurs, because he basically has control over fire with that ring. The problems with the rings is that they were not useful while Sauron held his ring. So Celebrimbor made the rings, and he did make them good, whereas Sauron made all of his rings evil. So the rings that Sauron made were evil rings. And The main issue was that when Sauron had his one ring, he could still control the three that Celebrimbor made, because Celebrimbor made them using the techniques that Sauron had taught him. So during the time when Sauron had his one ring, nobody wore Celebrimbor's rings. They were useless. That's why Galadriel in the movie talks about how that if Sauron's ring is destroyed, Lothlorien will be destroyed with it. And if Lothlorien, or if the Sauron gets a hold of his ring, then Lothlorien will be destroyed. It didn't matter which way the quest went, whether the ring was destroyed or whether the ring went back into Sauron's hands, the result was the same, because Celebrimbor's ring was pulling its power from the One Ring. And as soon as the One Ring was destroyed, the other three that Celebrimbor made lost their power as well, and Lothlorien was destroyed right along with the ring. And that's one of the things that Galadriel was worrying about with the whole quest to destroy the One Ring, because it meant the end of her city. It meant the end of Lothlorien. So a whole lot happens during this time period, and it gets really crazy. The Númenóreans try to attack Valinor. So if you've watched the TV show, Valinor is essentially like the place where the dwarves came from, and there's no death there. It's called the Undying Lands. Well, Sauron convinces the Númenóreans, which are the ridiculously strong humans that Aragorn is descended from, to attack Valinor, and they launch a fleet of ships to attack Valinor. And Sauron didn't expect, like, what happens next, which actually catches him off guard. Valinor responds with the most outrageous attack against Númenor. So Númenor is an island, and all of the Númenóreans live on Númenor. Well, Valinor literally launches like a freaking nuclear bomb against Númenor. So Númenor, the entire island, is like obliterated off of the face of the planet. Like, it's absolutely insane. Like, Sauron does not expect this. He expects Valinor to attack back. He expects a war to happen. He expects 100 things, but he doesn't expect literally Valinor to wipe Númenor off the face of the planet. And they do. And so what happens next is what's left of the Númenórean race basically goes back to Middle-earth, and they form two great nations. They formed the nation of Gondor, and to the north they formed the nation of God bless it. What was that one? It didn't survive. I'm trying to remember the name of the nation. It's been a little while since I've looked it up. I think it's Arnor. I want to say it's the nation of Arnor. But basically, there were two brothers. Two brothers were the princes of Númenor, and instead of fighting for the kingship of the entire country, essentially, they split into two countries, one forming Gondor and one forming Númenor. And as you know, they quickly made Minas Tirith, which was pretty cool, and then Arnor unfortunately succumbed to its enemies later on. But it was very interesting that Númenor didn't just give up. They tried to create a new place to stay. There's a lot of really cool stuff that's going to happen in this, though. Durin is going to uncover the Balrog. In fact, there's already kind of like a hint that something is going on inside of Durin's, or Khazad-dûm. I'm not sure if you saw, there was a small part in the thing where they were covering something up that was shining with a bright light, and they weren't quite sure what it was. Like in the show, nobody really quite knew what it was. And sorry, I stole your grand charm. The in like I can't. What am I trying to say here? Like the inference is that it's something important, very important. It could be Durin's Bane. It could be the Balrog. It could be Mithril. Some people have said it could be the Arkenstone, but the Arkenstone wasn't found in Khazad-dûm. It was found in the Lonely Mountain, I think. Unless that is the Lonely Mountain. I can't even remember. I could have sworn Khazad-dûm was Khazad-dûm. Khazad-dûm is Moria. Yes, Moria. They didn't find the Arkenstone in Moria. They found the Arkenstone in the Lonely Mountain, which was a different place. Hey, Agids. I just did a video on that today. I just did a video on the Geeds. That's not a bad Geeds. That is not a bad roll. 35% MF, 15% vendor with 102 magic. Fine, that's not bad. That's not bad. I don't know if that's better than mine, but that's not bad. What is mine running? Mine is, I got mine hiding here somewhere. Mine is a 148, 1536. This is a 102, 1535. So mine is a little better. Mine is a little better, but still a very nice Geeds. Does anybody want this Geeds? I will give it to the first person who can answer a riddle. How about that? Let's see. What riddle should we give? I can think of a good one. I need a Diablo riddle. I mean, you don't necessarily need to like get the item to do the riddle. If you just want to do the riddle, you can do the riddle. All right, first person to give me the name of the unique the unique ghost what the God bless it. See, now I gotta like look up my own answer because I can't remember exactly what it's called. Ghost glaive. First person to give me the name of the unique ghost glaive. I should have went with my instincts. I'm sure you guys can look it up. But the guy who knows it is probably going to have it faster than the person who doesn't know it and has to look it up. Bing, bing, bing. Wraithflight. Yes, it is Wraithflight. Sturza. Come get your Geeds. I will give it to you, sir. It's yours. It is your Geeds. It's pretty decent Geeds, too. 15% on the vendor prices is great. What do you mean you cannot? It is yours, sir. He is at work, he says. How dare you be at work watching YouTube videos and slacking? I'm gonna call your boss. What's your boss's phone number? Where do you work? I'm gonna let him know. Alright, well, 3 you guys answered. Game name is GGM12 and the password is 16. If anybody wants this, come get it. One of you guys who guessed correctly better come and get it. Tomac, you coming to get it? Coming to get it, Tomac? You're good. You don't want it? Fine, though. No geeds for you, sir. Your mom's a geeds. Ah, Spirit Forge. It's really good when you find it ethereal, too. It's a great one for mercs. In Moldova, it's 8:48 a.m. Moldova. Get that man a t-shirt. Let's see who I am. Ooh, a really terrible Suaya. Stop beating up my mercenary, okay? Just because you're immune to fire, don't mean jack. Immune to your mom, how about that? Oh god. Dangerous. Danger with a Robinson danger.
Overburdened.
Why do I got all this junk in my inventory? All this junk in my trunk. All this junk in my trunk. I got this junk in my trunk. All this junk in my trunk. Don't know what to do with all this junk in my trunk, but I'm gonna do my best to make it spunk. I got the junk in my trunk. I got the junk. In my trunk, jugger, 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 in my trunk, I got the junk, in my trunk. Alright, nobody came to get it. I'm gonna go drop it in a normal difficulty game here in a minute. Oh, God. Pain. Did I ever actually delete Grogu? I don't know if I actually deleted him or not. Pew, 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 pew. F-R-E-E, that spells free. Come on down and play with me. F-R-E-E, that spells free. I'll see you're gonna take it. Alright, Brock, it's yours. You guys are too slow. It's Brock's now. You guys are too slow. It's Brock's now. It's Brock's now. California Brock in California. Got some Brocks in your hair now. On the floor now. On such a winter Brock. Such a winter Brock. What is the difference between ladder and non-ladder? Number one, there are rune word recipes. that are only usable in ladder games, known as Obsession, Plague, so forth and so on. Things like Mist. On top of that, we also have special Herodric Cube recipes that are only available in ladder, known as the upgrading of sets. Then we also have a fresh start, so everybody on season 1 or season ladder starts like a brand new, fresh little noob little bit baby. You got no items, no equipment, no shared stash. You're a little baby. A little brand new baby. And then everybody races to go to 99, or, well, some people do, and some people just play around. But, whatever it is that you're going to do specifically. All in all, it's a very fun thing to start from scratch. Not just starting from scratch, but everybody starting from scratch. It forces everybody into the same playing field, and if you're willing to keep up with other people, you can definitely have a lot of fun with it. The ladder resets on a regular basis, so it's not like you have to worry about specifically what's the term? It's not like you have to worry specifically about like getting left behind forever, because you do kind of have the ability to catch up at some point. Because when the ladder resets again, you can of course participate in that ladder reset. We have a ladder reset coming up soon here, whenever they finish the public test realm, and that'll be another interesting reset situation. This my little summon druid. My little summon druid. Gonna summon all his jukes. Gonna do it, all them things. Get us something off and put the birds and stuff. Get on in and do it, cause it gonna root it. Ain't it got no toot it. Does the ladder character get deleted? No. At the end of ladder, your character is shunted to non-ladder, so you get to keep your character as a non-ladder character. Also, any specific ladder exclusive items that were, for that particular character, for ladder specifically, like for instance, if you made yourself a plague sword or something like that, it will go to non-ladder with your character. So it's a very interesting way that you can pull ladder items, ladder-specific items, to non-ladder characters. Is Flickering Flame usable with a trap set? You will not get the negative enemy fire resistance for traps, because traps are considered minions. So no, it does not work. It will give you the +3 skills, though, for the fire traps. It just won't give you the negative fire resistance. Oh, what's up, Mr. Shanky Poo? You're probably going to die. Oh, shankity, bankity, pankity poo. Got you in the eye. Oh, shankity, bankity, tankity wank. It's a big old shankity pank. Shankity, dankity, lankity pank. Come on down, let's lay with the bank. The edgiest of bows. The edgiest of bows, my boys. The edgiest of bows. How edgy are your bows? I don't know. Alright, guys, I'm getting hungry. It's 2 a.m. in the morning, and I think I'm going to call it quits for the night. I do appreciate all you guys and gals showing up. Holy crap, $50. Maybe I should stream for a little while longer. $50, Marcus. $50.
Sounds like I'll answer your question even more. How about that? Ladder characters, though, have to be created, so I actually just deleted a character. You guys saw me delete Grogu. The reason why I deleted him is because I wanted to create my new ladder character. So just to really quickly go over, you know, making a ladder character. You're going to choose your character, and then you're going to go down here and you're going to select ladder, which gives you now your ladder option. So this little flag right here, this little green flag down here, equals your ladder character. Waiting for payday and some sweet clothing. You can also do hardcore ladder. And Diablo laughs at you. There's also classic. Do all three. Classic, pre-expansion, hardcore, ladder. Does anybody even play pre-expansion hardcore ladder? That seems rough. That seems really rough. With shared stash, basically what happens is your shared stash goes as temporary stash slots. So let's just to show you real quick, real quick, unable to enter a ladder character game on a non-ladder character. So all of your shared stash tabs right here will become temporary shared stash tabs in addition to your regular stash tabs that you will not be able to take items or put items into. You will only be able to take items out of. So you will basically have until the next ladder starts to clear out these temporary stash tabs. So you can fill these things up to your heart's content. Also, all the items on your character, of course, will roll over too. So it's basically they're just going to give you a large amount of time to deal with all the items that you're carrying over. Whether you're going to give them away, whether you're going to throw them away, delete your characters, whatever you're going to do, they're going to give you basically 4 months to figure out what you're going to do with these items and, you know, off-mule them or put them in your actual shared stash and so forth and so on. I'm assuming that also includes your gold and everything else. Which is, you know, it's a pretty long period of time, and if you don't do anything with those items in 4 months, you probably didn't want them anyway.
Stay a while and listen.
So I was actually going to get you guys' opinion on something. I was planning on doing a playthrough of a game that I hadn't played in a little while. I was waiting on them to do some updates on this game, and I think they've done a decent amount of updates on this game. So I kind of wanted to get you guys' opinion. I recently did a playthrough of Raft, and you guys really seem to enjoy my playthrough of Raft. So basically what I'm going to be doing next is kind of a similar game that I had intended to play at some point. I believe it's called Stranded Deep, I think was the name of it. I can't even remember. Stranded Deep. We got like a trailer. Yeah, here's a trailer. We'll watch a trailer. How about that? I actually have a video already up. I did like one little like sort of like precursory sort of a video. Wasn't really like the full thing or anything, but So, you know, pretty cool looking. Pretty cool looking. Kind of looking forward to maybe running a playthrough of that. We'll see. It depends on how long ladder takes. I don't know when ladder's actually going to launch, and of course, as soon as ladder launches, that's pretty much what we're going to be doing is ladder for the next like month and a half or however long it takes us to do what we're going to do. All right, guys and gals, I am going to head out to get myself something to eat, and I'm going to go stuff my face. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos. I'll probably be on tomorrow. We'll have some fun to do. I don't know what. Maybe we'll play Stranded Deep. I hope you guys will join me. And, you know, as always, nerf the Hammerdin.